So welcome to our third edition of the what we call GraphTalk Pharma, a very specialized, focused event for pharma and life science customers. It's the third time in Munich. Munich is my hometown, so it's a little bit like a home game. We have a packed agenda. Probably you've seen that when you registered, so we're kicking things off today. And in the morning session, we have R&D, so research and development. We have three great presentations there. Then we have a little Q&A session where you can ask questions. Also, the people in the virtual audience. We have a little morning break, and then we have before the lunch break, we have a clinical and a legal use case, another Q&A session afterwards, and then after lunch we are heading to the supply chain ones. And in the end, we have Niels, our product manager, here for visualization, and Jean-Marc, who is showing you some cool capabilities with Neo4j. Cool. Just for the housekeeping, the slides will be shared afterwards. So I think for almost all the presentations, we have the approval to share them afterwards, as well as the recordings. So if you are dragged into a conversation outside, you can still watch the recording. For the Q&A, we have a Slido. I will show up the QR code later. Feel free to have that open on your mobile, and maybe you tag the question to Bayer, to Vlad, to whoever, and we point the questions to the speakers. If you want to share your impressions and your feedback on social media, you can use the hashtags, and last but not least, Wi-Fi should be freely available. Cool. So that's the QR code for the Slido. I will keep that up here for a second. You can scan it. But we will also have that after each and every talk. And the Slido will be open for all the presentations all day long. All right. OK. So I wanted to introduce and start the session with this here. Any thoughts on what that could be? Any guesses here in the early morning? Don't be shy. No guesses? I give you a first hint. Any guesses, Vlad?
Number of businesses using Neo4j. I don't know exactly.
Could be. No, that would be exponential. So give you a second hint here. It involves biological processes. I give you another hint. That's not a graph. This is what we call a chart. So, any other guesses? Last hint. You don't need any analytics, agents, AI whatsoever. You don't need it because it's the development of the beer price of the Oktoberfest. So if you're in that business, you can make sure that the price goes up and your revenue goes up. So you don't have to do any crazy intelligence. So if you're in that business, you can grab a coffee and relax. For all the others that have the real challenges, complex data, you stay in the room, you stay with us, and I hope you will learn a lot and you'll have fun today. So just as a fun fact, because I worked as a working student, I worked for a PR agency for the Oktoberfest back in the days, like 20 years ago. It was 300 liters every second for 2 years. Some people might call us alcoholics. I would say yes. So yeah. Jokes aside, let's kick things off. Today we are here to talk about graphs, obviously, graph databases. We're talking about agents. I think a lot of our customers of the presentations will have a combination of agents or analytics on top of a graph database. What analysts say and what we see, and probably you have read that in the news already, the AI fatigue is real, right? The models are really good, they are powerful. What they are lacking is the foundation underneath, which is the data, right? And not only the data, and this is what Gartner says, the data is fragmented, so it's not connected. And it's also not connected to the context, which is why agents have a hard time, or they hallucinate, or the accuracy is not high enough in order to actually use that in production in our business. So you might have seen numbers. This is just one number from one of their reports. Some say 80% will fail. Whatever it is a big number of projects that will fail in the next couple of years. And the reason is because the data is not AI ready, or not contextualized, and not ready so that the agents can leverage the full power of that. And they said in late 2025, underneath your AI, underneath your agent, your multi-agent system, what you need is a thing called a knowledge graph. This is what we're here for, right? Because the knowledge graph gives you not only the data itself, it also gives you the semantic relations and the connectivity of the data itself, which makes AI being grounded, reducing the hallucination effect, you will see that in a second, or you increase the accuracy. And last but not least, for me, one of the most important points here, why we are doing graphs and just graphs, obviously in Neo4j, is because we can keep the explainability and making AI trustworthy. And I always say, like, if you want to approve a drug at the FDA and you say, well, the AI said so, I don't know, probability 0.9, whatever, right? They will ask you, so what's the data behind it? Can you prove that? Can you explain that? And this is what you will see a little bit later. Cool. You probably heard in the last couple of 2 years, maybe everybody talked about RAG, retrieval augmented generation, which is vector-based only. And you will see this in this very next example. We have vectors. We can call these vectors very efficiently, which represent the semantic meaning of the sentence. We can query it, but it's hallucinating, and the accuracy is not enough, which is why we have GraphRAG, so connected context to that. And just by giving you this example here on the left side, this would be representing a vector database, a RAG approach. And what you see here are these vectors, or they are calling it embedding vectors. That is a representation, a low-dimensional representation of your actual data. So anyone familiar with embeddings? I think yes. Okay, cool. So we have 3 different vectors. They're representing a data record called AD, AD, AD. You see the distances here. So these are our results from the example. I know it's very high level, but LLMs start to hallucinate on that because we don't have the context here. And when we compare that to the right side, a graph plus vector, so given the context, we can distinguish between the different vectors by enriching the actual data records, AD, with the context. Any guesses? I made that example a lot of times. Any guesses what AD could stand for? Any guesses? Brigitte? AD? Anyone else? Yes? Alzheimer's is very good. So your context might be clinical space, right? I'm a doctor, I'm a clinician, I'm a biomedical researcher. Yes, so your context actually explains what AD means, right? Any other guesses? Adjustment, I don't have that on the slide, but good one. Bjoern.
Active Directory?
Active Directory, we'll come to that in the third one. So second one is my past. I used to be protein crystallographer, alcohol dehydrogenase, an enzyme degrading alcohol, right? Completely different context, but still referring to AD as a record in my database. And then last but not least, Bjoern, have you seen that before?
No, it's
Okay, Active Directory. So Bjoern has Microsoft in mind. Are you a Microsoft job at KWS? No.
But everybody, all corporate organizations are Microsoft by heart, right? So
Yeah, and imagine if you are sending the 3 records on the left side to your LLM, you know, like answering your question, and it's hallucinating about Active Directory, right? While you are the Alzheimer's disease person, right? So you see, this is the difference that we have with graph databases, querying the context. And this is a very high-level example. I just give you another one here. If we think about recruiting, I don't know, patients to our clinical study in diabetes, we could say, well, let's take the transcriptomics, proteomics, whatever omics experiments, represent that as an embedding vector, and then query it. So I did the same example. We have the RNA fingerprints, and then we are querying the context. So for experiment number 1, we have a connected Mondo ID or whatever DOID, where the context is, again, metabolic diseases. It's a disease probably connected to a patient. So diabetes. Okay, that's a good one. You see there the unconnected ones. Is that working here? So here we go. So you see here some of the genes here. I will come to that in a second. So we can query all sorts of context here. Second one is a very similar RNA profile in transcriptomics, but has no link to any disease, right? That might be not really a good candidate for recruiting to the study. And then another one, just a random example here, could be Parkinson's disease, right? So you see, depending on the context, you can take decisions that you cannot do with vector only. Okay, and just like to stress that point a little bit more, what does context mean? Context can mean very many different things. Like it can be connected, I don't know, your multi-omics experiment is connected to some sort of genes here. We might even have an expression value here on the relationship stored. And then these genes are obviously connected to molecular pathways. The pathways are connected to phenotypes or disease phenotypes. And then for the diseases, we have, I don't know, a clinical study, NCT there with the identifier. So you see the points like, depending on the number of hops that we do, and this is what we call hops, going from one node to the other, we can query the context very, very efficiently and very, very fast. Cool. So that brings me a little bit to the challenge how to build this knowledge graphs. And this is actually the step 0 for me. Companies like you have typically 3 problems. The data that we deal with, especially in R&D, but also in supply chain, for example, is extremely heterogeneous, right? There is not the one omics experiment. There is not the one identifier for everything, right? We have extremely heterogeneous data. At the same time, data is highly connected by definition, right? If you open up your biology book, a gene, arrow, protein, right? A gene is coding a protein. Protein, arrow, function, right? A protein has a function. So we as humans, we think in graphs. But we didn't store it in this way. And that's why we're putting it back into a graph database so that it is connected and that we can query the context very efficiently. And the last one is, I think you would all agree, we have a lot of unstructured data in our business, publications, legal documents, reports, whatever, even images, or other experiments. So we have a lot of unstructured data that we can now leverage using LLMs that they can help for the heavy lifting. And that brings me a little bit to another report by the analyst, also Gartner here, who say, well, once we have that knowledge graph, we can take the next level, which is called context graph, where we can not only query the data and the context of the data, but we can also persist memory of the agents and memory of the different tools of the agent and keep that in the same database, and then even connect the decision steps to the actual data in order to make things explainable or just easy queryable if we think about token cost. So persistent memory, this is a topic that we deal heavily nowadays. I think Jean-Marc is taking that a little bit in the afternoon, some sentences. Again, for me, very important point is that things are traceable. We can always go back to nodes and relationships and make it explainable so that we can be sure where the data comes from or what kind of decision has been made. And last but not least, this is the last report I just bring up. The context graph as such is the next step of evolution that will probably be in 2027, 2020 here, will be the next big thing underneath your AI. All right, cool. As I said, we are a graph database vendor, so we are on the left side. What people are doing is building a knowledge graph with the semantic meanings and with the connectivity of what you have in your database. And then next kind of evolution is next to the instance data, you have your decision tracing, you have your agent memory, short-term, mid-term, long-term memory that you keep in the same database. All right. Neo4j is a graph intelligence platform. What does that mean? So on the left side, you saw the database layer. We are a database company that can be on-premise, so self-managed. They can be fully managed in any of your clouds, even in your own cloud. What we ship on top of the database is so-called graph algorithms. Have you heard about graph algorithms before? Probably most of you. Bjoern, you know it. you will show it. One of the most famous graph algorithms is PageRank, used by Google to rank up and down the hits in your Google search. It's a graph algorithm, so importance factors that are derived from the graph structure. So we are shipping out of the box, I think it's now 78 algorithms that are working at scale, where you can use your knowledge graph and use the relationship explicitly in order to make assumptions, create new insights, and so on and so forth. We are also providing a lot of tooling for connecting your knowledge graph to the LLMs. So this is what we are heavily investing now with 100 million in the next couple of years. One example of that is, and that's why I called this out here, is the document intelligence. Coming from documents, and you can imagine that there are a lot of people that are non-experts, not technology driven, and they don't care about Python or a graph database even. They just want to know what's in my unstructured data. I want to drag and drop it and then do some intelligence on that. I want to chat with my data. So what we build currently, and Jean-Marc, you are showing that a little bit, right, in the afternoon, spoiler alert, how to easily work with your unstructured data. Brings me a little bit to the use cases that we see with the pharma and life science customers. What I depicted here is the drug life cycle, starting from R&D from the left, and then we are moving over preclinical to clinical, manufacturing, supply chain, some commercial use cases, even compliance, governance, legal tech. And what you see here is that we are covering use cases across the value chain, and we're working with all the big companies. So it is really, really a powerful tool, a powerful database that many companies are using. Using the drug lifecycle, this is how we structure a little bit the day. As I said in the beginning, we're starting with R&D use cases, clinical and legal before lunch, and then we have a lunch break, and then we have some two cool use cases in supply chain and manufacturing, and then, as I said, as a little technical deep dive and new product updates. Cool. So, as I said, we're starting with the R&D part. Most of the R&D is based on a knowledge graph, and typically what everybody does is connecting the usual suspects here. Genes and proteins that are connected to compounds, regulating different things, I don't know, even a pathway. Most of the customers are connecting that to clinical trials or to approval information. We will hear from Sandoz, you're connecting that to patent data or IP relevant information, to do competitive analysis. And we have also Kaijin here in the room. This is what you can also buy as a product. So you can do that on your own. I did it on my own when I used to be a customer. You can also buy such a data set and load it in 1 or 2 hours, and then you're good to go. So that's the basis, and this is what we have. Different approaches here. We're starting with Vlad from Bayer. Bayer used the last 2.5 years to build a huge knowledge graph, and Vlad is presenting a little bit the machine learning on top of that. Bjoern is also covering that, right? A little bit of visualization and graph algorithms, and then we have Brent virtually dialed in from BASF Crop. They have a knowledge graph on crops like Syngenta, on wheats and rice plants, in order to find information to make plants resistant. Cool. As I said, one of the new features is called document intelligence. In a nutshell, and it's really something that is no-code or low-code even, what we can use in our Aura platform, our cloud offering here, you can upload your data by drag and dropping your PDFs, your PowerPoints, your Markdown files, whatever it is, or you can point it to a SharePoint or a Google Drive, and then you can define the data model here, what the LLM should extract out of your unstructured data. So you can use your local LLM, you can use OpenAI, whatever you have. You can use an ontology even to drive that data model to say, okay, I'm only interested in this and that and only in molecules, or my definition of a molecule is a bispecific antibody and not a small molecule. So you can direct the LLM to extract the information from the unstructured documents. And you're then loading that into a structure called a knowledge graph, and then you can do all sorts of stuff like querying, visualization, stuff like that. I plotted here the documents. This is what we see with the customers, just like some examples where documents and unstructured data can come from. And as I said, we are sharing the slides, so I don't want to go into detail. Just to pick a few of them, because we had this last year here for competitive intelligence, and also what Sandoz is presenting later here. Legal documents are super interesting. Annual reports from maybe your competitor, right? Or clinical trial information that is publicly available could be leveraged now and being queryable for the customers. As I said last year, and this was not recorded, Novo Nordisk presented the use case of competitive intelligence where they ingested 150 million documents. So it's a huge beast of a knowledge graph that serves various different applications, being a chatbot, being a key opinion leader analysis, identification of healthcare professionals, obviously knowing more about your competitors, knowing about trends, and maybe even trends that are just upcoming. There is a researcher, I don't know, Konrad, sitting somewhere in Berlin doing research on a completely unrelated gene. Oh, well, there's a connection now. So why is that? So this is what they're doing with the knowledge graph. As I said, we have Sandoz here in the room. Peeyush will present that, so I'm super looking forward for that. They are using it the other way around, right? Sandoz is a generics company. They try to fight against patent evergreening or kind of extension of indications or drug repurposing. I'm super excited to see the latest and greatest results of that. Don't want to spoil too much here. That brings me a little bit to the clinical part also. A super interesting use case from Insel Spital. So Karen and Olga will present a knowledge graph that is connecting heterogeneous data in all sorts of different languages and IDs that have to be mapped in order to link medical documents. So we will hear that just before the lunch break. And then for the people that are streaming live here, we have two presentations while we are having lunch here. So Christian and Isaac will present also two medical use cases. Christian got awarded some weeks ago on his project in Switzerland. So yeah, also excited to hear about that. And then, as I said, next to all the R&D use cases, medical and legal, one of the most prominent graph examples is supply chain and manufacturing. And why is that? Because what big companies are doing is they are having spreadsheets, databases, scattered data, not harmonized data, and it's very hard to react on a contamination, right? Or there is a deviation of this and that. So we want to track and trace, and we want to report it, and we want to make that explainable. So just to give you a small hint on how things are connected here, and I think you can easily understand what I'm talking about. Let's say we have here some batches in our database, right? And some of them are having either a deviation or we even have a complaint here, right? So this is connected to a batch or to, I don't know, 5 batches. And so we want to investigate this with a graph database. And because everything is connected for us, it's relatively easy to say, okay, this batch is obviously connected to one of our products, which has been manufactured at this and that site, right? Do we have a problem in southern Germany, or do we have a problem in India? Can we analyze it? Can we understand it? Also, if we think about the understanding of this route here, obviously the batch has a lot of materials, like the API or the formulation, where something can go wrong, right? Or that a supplier is not supplying enough, or I don't know, the currency goes up and down in a certain country. How do we have to address that? Should we invest more? Should we buy more and have it in the stock? Should we take? Do we have an alternative? Do we have an alternative supplier for this specific material? Can we synthesize this on our own? These are the kind of questions you can answer very, very quickly using a graph database. Cool. And this is what Mambe is presenting in the afternoon. And I was super impressed by Mambe being a one-man show. Where is he? There's Mambe in the back. You did it in a couple of months as a one-man show. This was super, super interesting to see how quick you moved while harmonizing and cleaning the data. So super excited to have you here. The second one is Jonathan Lowe, who used to work for Pfizer in the US. He's now with his own company, Amalgo LLC, and he has a lot of experience in the manufacturing processes within Pfizer, and you will hear from him. He has a lot of analysis and some models and did some analysis on how to do risk mitigation, how to track and trace the problems. Cool. With this, I'm at the end of my presentation, and just like to summarize again what Neo4j is from the top to the bottom. So we are the database provider that is not only providing you the database, but also the analytics and the machine learning machine learning algorithms here on top of the database. We can query from any sorts of database, and we can ingest that, or we also have a new feature called virtual graphs, where you build a virtual graph on top of your Snowflakes, your Databricks, your SQLs, whatever. And you can query a graph using GQL or Cypher query language. On top of this, we have the consumption layer. There are many different ways how to consume the graph. Some people might want to see graphs. I see Brigitte here, my former colleague in the audience. When I used to be a user, the doctors didn't want to see a graph. They said, like, what are these Easter eggs, Christmas tree decoration? I don't care. I want to have a table. I want to have a signal, a warning, whatever, right? So this is a learning that I took from that sometimes the visualization or the consumption of the graph might be a dashboard, might be a chatbot nowadays. And all sorts of agentic AI, multi-agent connectivity. So we are providing the tooling for that, which makes it a graph intelligence platform. And just to give you that here as a reference architecture, just for the record here, if you're seeing the slides afterwards, I don't want to go into detail with that. So we have reference architectures in any sorts of cloud or on-premise environment here. Reach out to our technical folks. They are happy to help you. That brings me to the last session. As I said before, Jean-Marc is from our GenAI team. He will demo a little bit the document intelligence. Niels, our product manager for dashboards, will show you some new capabilities of what we call Studio. So stay with us until the afternoon. Just as a summary, 9.8, 9.9, 9.99 of the top 10 pharma companies are our customers. So today it's 9, probably in the next couple of days, the last remaining one will join us here. You see all of different use cases here that I haven't spoke about. One super interesting one is the Open Study Builder initiative in the clinical space using CDISC. You probably heard about the Gilead use case. They are doing drug fraud. So fraud detection with their drugs. AstraZeneca, Novo Nordisk, they have 20+ use cases. So we can talk until Christmas about that. In summary, I hope you got a first impression of why we should use knowledge graphs. Graphs are connecting our data. It makes the AI being more reliable, explainable, more accurate, less hallucination. I would doubt that this is like a zero hallucination, but we get there. And Neo4j gives you everything, not only the database, not only the algorithms, but also the ecosystem, also to our partners, so that you can leverage your data. And with this, I have the last announcement. Just like tonight, we became officially a member of the Pistoia Alliance. You probably heard about Pistoia Alliance, the consortium where a lot of standards are discussed. We're now a member. We are happy to collaborate and bring in our knowledge graph capabilities. And with this, I'm encouraging you to connect today. We have a small audience, so you have a lot of time to connect with the people, ask the customers, ask your competitor, what are you doing? And let's all rock some graphs together. So happy to have you here. I'm handing over to Vlad. From Bayer. Vlad, timer's here. You get the golden one. All right. I take the silver one. And super excited to listen to your presentation.
All right, the microphone is working, I hope. It was very disconcerting to see my face so blown up, but yeah, all right. My name is Vlad. I'm an ML scientist at Bayer Pharma, and today I'm going to talk about how we use knowledge graphs, and in particular, how we build machine learning methods and AI solutions on top of these knowledge graphs for early target discovery. So I will briefly talk about drug discovery because I actually forgot that the audience is life science. I mean, I'm sure most of you know that drug discovery and development are slow and costly. Most of the costs and most of the time is spent on development. However, discovery is also something that we cannot neglect. In particular, target identification is something that takes also a couple years. And this is something that we want to accelerate, whether with the use of AI or not. So disease prioritization and target discovery are the earliest, let's say, stages of drug discovery. And here it may be obvious, but the first question is kind of a strategic question. What are areas of unmet medical need? What diseases do we want to focus on? And increasingly, not only in oncology, we are thinking about what subtypes of the disease we want to focus on and not just, let's say, disease in general. And after that, so having determined what we want to treat, we want to ask a question: what genes are relevant for this subtype? What can we do to reverse the disease or improve the outcomes? And as you all know, discovering novel biological targets is challenging because already a lot of things have been discovered and biology is quite complex. And also you have to go in the discovery pipeline from basically from in vitro models to human populations. And sometimes you don't have human data. Well, most of the time you don't. If we want to focus on target discovery, what are the stages within target discovery? Well, as a whole, there are three major ones. Let's say it's hypothesis generations, where you usually generate ideas from scientific literature or in-house experiments. Target candidate prioritization is followed up on that. So there you rank your ideas and collect feedback from your peers. And maybe the most difficult stage is target validation, where you actually need to perform experiments and you need to validate these hypotheses. So as a whole, even though this is represented as a pipeline, target discovery is not a standardized process. It's not something that you can just put in a funnel and it goes as an assembly line. However, certain stages do include some routine tasks, so you can automate some of them to some extent. Just a brief list of considerations of what makes a good target. So you really need to consider from molecular evidence and all the way to human data. You need to establish a mechanistic gene-disease link. You need to have supporting experimental evidence in cellular and animal models. Potentially also evidence in human data if there is, and consider druggability and so on. I'm sure most of you know this already. That's why let's move on. So how do we use AI/ML for target discovery? So this is going to be also a bit of an introduction. I wanted to first start what are areas in which I think AI and ML excels at. I think there are, well, roughly 4 areas, let's say. The first one is really pattern recognition in high-dimensional data. So if you have a very high-dimensional data set, such as gene expression data, you can easily cluster it, you can find patterns in it. You can also visualize it or sort of summarize it in a much richer way, in a much richer representation that is also accessible to humans. You can also integrate data, so this can be also achieved with knowledge graphs, but also when we think about different modalities such as text, images, NGS data, and so on, you can also integrate it using machine learning. Well, maybe more of a classical example is the supervised learning, where you want to classify things or do regression, or increasingly now, of course, since 4 or 5 years, generative modeling, where you can generate images, text, and structures of proteins. Maybe also kind of an opinion where I think AI/ML struggles still, it's really de novo knowledge generation. So where sometimes people ask us, like, can you just generate this data using a machine learning model? Can you train a digital twin model? I think this is something that we cannot do yet. Our machine learning models do need data, and I think it's important to set realistic expectations. And this is maybe why, as Alexander mentioned, some of the projects will also fail because some of the expectations were just too high. Also, when we have sparse data, it's not guaranteed that machine learning will work. You either need to use a simple model because you just don't have enough data, or you risk overfitting it. And in general, maybe this is more related to de novo knowledge generation, but when you have nested questions and you actually need to do a lot of experiments, this is something that's not going to work out. So just reflecting on what stages of target discovery can be or are amenable to a certain extent to automation, we think that First of all, knowledge aggregation, where you want to integrate data from literature, omics studies, internal and external database is something that can be achieved. Also literature mining or data mining in general, analytics and insights, and maybe to a lesser extent within target validation, the only thing that you can do, in my opinion, is develop project-specific ML models. So if you have some experimental assay and you want to, let's say, interpolate or stuff like that, or impute data, or just analyze the data in the first place. So this is something that you can come up with, but I think target validation is something where AI/ML still kind of struggles to make impact, even though it is a very important stage. So this is just a just a very simple schematic of how biomedical knowledge graph could look like. Of course, we have genes, compounds, pathways, phenotypes, and diseases, this graphic illustrates that in a knowledge graph we really capture many scales, so also molecular evidence, but also can include disease subpopulations. And maybe the highest impact of this is that we aggregate knowledge across various data sources, modalities, experimental assays, and really biological subdomains, something that may be obvious when you just work with this, but it's also not trivial that you can achieve this with that. With that, I think knowledge graph is just by itself is a data structure, is a data resource, but how can you best harness this wealth of data? And here, in the talk, I will talk about two things, maybe knowledge graph reasoning and also kind of retrieval using AI approaches. So let's start with this question. So when we think about data mining or just like data retrieval, we want to probably, we can just retrieve everything, right? But in a sense, when we query something, when we ask a question, we want to get the most relevant answers first. And this is already achieved in, let's say, in a Google search. When you search something, the results are not random. So it's not just alphabetically sorted or so on. In the earliest version of Google, they used PageRank, which Alexander also mentioned. It's a graph algorithm. Nowadays, they probably don't use it anymore, only as a sub-process. So when we think about ranking the results, this is already achieved under the hood most of the time. And we don't think about it so much, but the same issue probably exists in graphs. Not always to the same extent, but it depends on the size of the graph that you're dealing with, and also, let's say, average node degree. But you do also need to sometimes rank evidence in knowledge graphs as well. If you have a million scale graph, and if each, let's say, disease has potentially thousands or hundreds of thousands of connections, then you do need to also make sure that you want to consider the first most relevant connections. And here, the idea is to use machine learning methods, for instance, such as knowledge graph reasoning. So what exactly is knowledge graph reasoning? Let me explain. So if we, all right, does this work? If we just focus on the middle panel, what the idea is, this is not always an embedding-based approach, but very commonly we can embed a graph as in the embedding space. So what that means is that each node or each entity will get its own embedding. And so we can also embed the relations. Why is this useful? If you have vector representations, just as for text, you can also search the graph using these embeddings, for instance, or you can also make certain predictions because now you have actual numerical values. So it's not just text. For machines, you do need to have some numerical representations, and you can do something like link prediction because you can define a scoring function that combines, let's say, vectors of certain entities. And this question of whether a gene is connected to a certain phenotype can be formulated using these embeddings. So link prediction is one application or like one manifestation of knowledge graph reasoning. The other one is actually evidence ranking. So once you have the scores for predicting links, if you interpret them as evidence or like as how likely it is that there is a link between a pair of entities, then you can also use this for ranking evidence. So I will talk about also whether it's always, let's say, a clear one-to-one relationship. Like if something is good at link prediction, is it good at evidence ranking? I will briefly comment on that as well. So maybe just to illustrate or make it more concrete, maybe it was already evident. So this is something that that used to be used in recommender systems when you have users and items. And you can also think of it as a bipartite graph with the existing connections, let's say, being transactions, and you want to predict what are the future transactions. So what you would do is train a model, and this would also implicitly rank the existing connections or the existing transactions, and then also predict the unknown ones or the future transactions. And in the same vein, you can do something similar for any pair of entities in the graph, be it gene-disease pairs or gene-phenotype pairs, and so on. As I mentioned, the idea here is not only to predict novel links, this is interesting for sure, but also maybe to rank the existing relations already, because it's not always clear how to rank things. So as I mentioned before, we do want to prioritize target candidates. And if you don't have a quantitative score, then it's very hard to do that when you have thousands of candidates or hundreds. So maybe this is the most interesting slide for you, or with some results. Oh, sorry. So the question is, how do we actually evaluate these reasoning models? So one axis is, or like one dimension is obviously machine learning evaluation, where you stratify your graph into train, validation, and test data. You train your model, and then you actually see what comes out on the validation or test set. Here we use the metric called hit at k, which on the held out data checks the proportion at which an existing link occurs among the top, let's say 10, top 20 predictions. So here we did an internal evaluation of different machine learning models. And here I'm just talking about let's say the broad classes of models that we used. Three of them, three major ones were embedding based, so just really like embedding lookup. The second class was a graph neural network, and the third one is a transformer or a graph transformer. So what we found was it seems like a transformer model really performs the best in this evaluation. Embedding-based approaches are, let's say, second best, and I would say they're good enough in most cases because transformer models also need more time to train. And what we also found is that actually the scores that you get from transformer reasoning models were not always aligned with let's say, with the intuition of what is important for certain diseases. And here, simple embedding-based approaches were actually better at ranking evidence. One of the limitations, let's say, for a transformer model was really that they were good at predicting only the high degree nodes. So if you have a hub, like a gene that is connected to many things, then it will be easier to predict these kind of links and, let's say, upvote the evidence for that. But for, let's say, medium degree nodes, it was actually rather difficult. And maybe importantly also, we did an evaluation of whether let's say, if you take the top 100 genes or whatever, top 200 genes, for each disease, are these more likely to make it past a certain preclinical stage? And here we also, you always need to compare with something. So the baseline here was, for instance, the differentially expressed genes from these diseases, or also gene-disease pairs with high citation count from the literature. So we found that the best approach was really using these knowledge graph reasoning models. The second was with high citation count. And then the third one, the last one was actually the differential expression analysis results. I don't know, it's a sharp transition. Maybe I missed the slide, but all right. So you can also, maybe this just illustrates how this would be used and the idea of ranking. So if you want to use knowledge graph reasoning in practice, and for instance, if you approach a disease for which which you want to generate a list of candidates that you want to screen, for instance. Let's say a data-driven, unbiased manner to do this is to consider the graph data and use the knowledge graph reasoning scores to choose the top, let's say, and top 500 genes, and then maybe screen them in an in vitro screen, for instance, and then check for evidence in that disease. The second part of my talk is about AI-based knowledge retrieval. So Alexander already talked about retrieval augmented generation. That's why I'm not going to talk about this so much. I think one thing that I want to stress about it, there is an argument that GraphRAG is better just because graphs are structured and text is not. I think it is part of it, but I think to maybe elaborate on this, it's also the retrieval process itself that is more exact and has some guarantees, right? Because if you think about RAG, you need to go through millions of documents and which are chunked. If it's a vector search, you need to think about, in the embedding space, you need to match to the query and see like what is similar enough to that, what is relevant enough. So things can go wrong here quite easily. And for example, with AD being an acronym for many different things, whereas in GraphRAG you also traverse maybe millions of nodes, but then it is much more clearer where you check for the nodes that you found, whether there is a connection or not, and you also check whether it's actually a disease node, for instance, and not, let's say, some kind of computer science concept. And you can also do it for any kind of modalities, but most commonly it is done, of course, for text, images, and graphs. So at Bayer, we develop more of a hybrid approach where we do both literature and GraphRAG for target discovery. We use both literature RAG and GraphRAG, and here this is primarily used for evidence search, data aggregation, with the outputs being certain reports. So for example, target discovery reports on a certain target, so kind of a deep dive. So the advantage of this is that the workflow provides references to both scientific publications and knowledge graph data. Well, since it's a graph event, I think maybe to talk about what are the, let's say, flavors of GraphRAG that we use. So under the hood, so to speak, we use either MCP servers or there is another alternative approach where we use where we have LLM make direct Cypher queries. So in general, one note, evaluation of these approaches is actually not straightforward because they are quite open-ended. It's always kind of case by case. And aside from that, I don't think there is like a consensus on how to evaluate these things. So internally, we use retrieval metrics, so how precise, how much recall there is. Also, output variability. If something changes all the time, then probably also not very good. And also token efficiency, because that's that incurs costs. Maybe another consideration. So aside from let's say from evaluating things objectively, is also how to even package this, how to implement this. So I mean, traditionally we would have, let's say 4 years ago, we would have thought of this as just let's say a Python workflow, Python program. It doesn't have to be a Python, any other language. But in this program, you maybe have some fixed context, you append user input, and then you process it. Maybe you make APIs to LLM and so on. So it's a program that is very structured, that has a controlled flow, right? So you always have to think about like, what do I want to do? How exactly does it have to work? What are the use cases? What are the failure modes and so on? And something that has become maybe more possible in the last 2 years is also have purely LLM-based workflows, where you no longer have actually just a big Python script or a collection of scripts, but you can have a collection of markdown files and have LLM basically execute many tasks, including this, with set context user input, and then have sub-agent calls to process these inputs and also access the tools. To access the tools and so on. So this is something that we've been also pondering, like what is the better implementation here? There are some pros and cons, obviously, with the Python workflow. I mean, it's the, let's say, the traditional approach. It is a semi-deterministic. It is more robust because you have a control flow. You can also have basically error handling and so on, which makes it more robust, but it is less flexible because you need to determine exactly what needs to happen. And it's maybe harder to adapt to a new use case, right? So once you have, let's say, a Python script or a collection of scripts, you need to rewrite it for sometimes major parts of it for a different task, or like for even for a slightly different task. Whereas for LLM-based workflows, it is much more flexible because LLMs can also just learn from the context that is given, which could be user input. So in this case, it is more flexible, it is open-ended, but of course less reproducible and potentially less robust. So one thing, of course, that we're also doing, I'm briefly mentioning this, is combining GraphRAG and also knowledge graph reasoning. So how does this, what is the crossover here? As you may know, you can extract concepts from the scientific literature, extract relations from the literature, and ingest them. At the surface level, you can just use RAG and just have your LLM basically rank the evidence for certain relations, right? You can say, okay, strong evidence because it occurred in 2 abstracts or in 2 papers. So that's how it would work if you don't have a graph, right? If you just have an LLM and have literature RAG, this is what you could do. The alternative to that, or maybe first the problem, is that we found that these evidence scores are not very reliable. I mean, first of all, nobody trusts the LLM scores, but also they tend to be quite inflated. Just because something occurred in a paper doesn't mean that this should work. So what we came up with is also just this approach to always ingest the relations from the literature into the knowledge graph and use a model, a machine learning model that is trained on the graph to rank these literature mined relations, which results in these evidence scores which are probabilistic. Again, to stakeholders, it might be also not always as transparent. However, these scores are much more, let's say, nuanced. And they have actual quantitative basis because LLMs may be good at language, but they are not always good at ranking things on a scale from 0 to 5 even. I think I'm out of time, so maybe this is really the last. This is the last slide. Just a bit of self-reflection, like what are the common roadblocks to AI adoption, and I think the major ones are really like lack of transparency, maybe a bit of a domain gap. And a bit of a cognitive overload. I mean, there are some mitigation strategies that are proposed. Yes, I think we can discuss this in the panel section. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. I would leave the questions for the Q&A session after the 2 other talks, so that we stick a little bit more to the time. Thank you, Vlad, for showing us that the knowledge graph is not only data integration exercise, but also a living thing, and you grow that over time. Next speaker is Bjoern from KWS. You couldn't make it last year because of an internal event, so happy to have you here. Super excited to see what you do with graphs and graph machine learning.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me here. It's been very exciting the last decade to watch the whole graph space move from kind of a niche thing into this whole AI backbone, and I'm very excited to see. I hope I can be here in 10 years as well to see where it's going to go. So maybe a few words first. Who is KWS? We are developer and producer of seeds, not the ones you're sitting on, but these ones that grow in the ground. And we basically, you probably never heard about us, but we are a family-owned German company. We have locations all around the world. We're around 5,000 people. We are very heavy in R&D, I would say. We invest around 20% of our revenue in R&D, and 40% of the colleagues works in R&D. We are present in most of the major crops and a lot of smaller crops, In case you eat spinach, we are one of the biggest producer of spinach seeds. And well, agriculture these days, as you probably know, face a lot of challenges. Climate change with rising temperatures, rainfall changes, but you also have a lot of increase in pests, for example, partly due to the change in climate. So for example, in Germany now we're getting a lot of fungi and insects that previously was not present, which now attacks the crops that we normally are growing here. So that's not very convenient. Then at the same time, we have to reduce the impact like fertilizers, plant protection, water, and we have a large change in the whole societal demands, for example, on sustainability. People want nutritional foods, plant proteins, all these kind of other things. And last but not least, we have a quite big increase in food demand because population is expected to grow. At the same time, we have less arable land and competing land use on that land. So basically, we are trying to develop crops for that. Our breeders develop those kind of things, our crops with those challenges in mind, like resistant, yield stability, nutrient efficiency, stress tolerance. And plant breeding traditionally is to basically cross the plants, and then you look at those kind of traits. But nowadays, with modern technologies, we can also go more for like what we call explicit trait research, where we basically go really target a specific area, for example, herbicide tolerance, fungal disease resistance, try to look at what could be natural ways, natural mutations, for example, in the genes that could help with this, for example, insect resistant, virus resistance, and generally improve different quality traits. For example, since we're in Munich, brewing quality is a very important trait here in Germany. And to kind of develop these traits, you need a very extensive gene discovery research. You really need to know which target genes to go for, which biological function. They have target sequences, where to mutate them. And that basically leads us to a lot of the challenges we face. We are not working in one organism, we are working in 11 plus organisms in-house, and crops are usually not the most well-studied thing, so we have to work with model organisms as well. I'll get back to that, but basically to try to transfer knowledge. Most of our traits are not monogenic, it's polygenic traits. Information on traits are usually not stored in databases, they are only reported in literature most of the time. And then we have the never-ending nemesis of gene synonyms. But maybe just, I know we're biologists here, but like generally, so functional annotations, if we look at like these kind of standard gene ontologies, we would have like biological process, for example, what process occurs, could be for us carbon fixation. If you're in a car, that would be equivalent of maybe the power transfer or the cooling. Then you have the cellular component, where it occurs, for example, the chloroplast or in the engine. The molecular function, what activity, here the ribulose bisphosphate carboxylase activity, would be the cogwheels or the pistons. And all of these things usually are predicted from sequence or sequence-related information, omics information. The problem is they don't really always directly correlate to what we are interested in, the traits. So basically the observable characteristic, which for example could be biomass or growth rate. In a car, that would be, for example, how to optimize it to run well under high heat or fuel efficiency. So that usually requires like optimizing a lot of different things at the same time. And our problem in plants is that we lag quite a lot behind other organisms. This is an example, it's a few years old, but this is Arabidopsis thaliana, the most studied model organism, and it's not a crop, it's just a lab plant basically. And a few years ago, we had around 15 to 20% of each of these three categories experimentally validated. If you look, for example, humans, you are close to half. And if you look at actually covering which genes have all three, you're at around 18% or something like that. And that's in the most well-studied plant. So that's kind of a challenge. And you have basically the genes, they don't often work alone. They often require like a coordinated effort of multiple genes. And if we have, let's say we have a GWAS, we have some omics data, we run some machine learning, we find out, okay, or other models, and we try to find, okay, these genes seem to be explainable for this trait. That might be, but they might not be working together. They might be from different pathways, they just each contribute the most. So basically what we want to find is we want to optimize like a coherent strategy. What is it we want to optimize for this plant? Is it, the waxy leaves, or is there longer roots? Which biological process is this part of? All these kind of things. And well, since you maybe guessed while we're here, that is all modeled very, very nicely in a graph. So one of the things we build, of course, a knowledge graph where we integrate. I will not go into detail because those kind of data I think everybody is working on, but like co-expression, protein interactions, pathways, etc. So our goal is basically to build a graph that facilitates our transfer of knowledge like within and across crops. And then I'll basically, so one of, as is, maybe say one step back, because we want to populate this graph. So one of the popular ways these days, build a knowledge graph, throw all the data into a big LLM, maybe. So we had the challenge that gene functions are in data banks, but traits are not. One gene can have many names. One name can have many genes because you reuse them across organisms. So it's not enough that you just identify something. You can also not use keywords because you have, for example, the gene name Sting, but it could also be a bee sting or the singer. So we basically had to build like a named entity recognition setup to screen that. And basically, for those that maybe are not as familiar, basically you try to make a model that will predict, that will classify words into whether they are of certain entities. In our case, we have protein gene products, chemicals, organisms, and traits, and you basically kind of classify your text for that. So we built this workflow because we, of course, wanted to populate our graph. So we built this whole thing, process a lot of internal and external literature, and then we trained a custom model. And you'll probably say, why train a custom model? Why not just take an LLM? And first of all, there's the costs. But second of all, LLMs are this is also an LLM, but it's a smaller one that's fine-tuned. So it's reproducible, because if you throw it into ChatGPT or Claude, you always get a slightly different answer. Here we get it out with a probability score. We can run it multiple times. We get the same answers each time. That's quite nice. What we did use was we took one of the LLMs, one of the bigger ones, to create the training data. So we told it to annotate the data set with what it thought was the correct things, and then we just had humans correct it, which saved a lot of time. So I said, there it's a very great use case, but I would not throw it in. And where we had the biggest effort, I was actually saying, and I think that's sometimes forgotten when people say, oh, let's create a knowledge graph, that's very fine, but you only find then the entities. You, of course, want to map all your synonyms together. You want to make sure that they all map, all the different genes with the same name map to the same sequence. You want to map all the different ontologies. If you don't have all this kind of structural backbone, you basically just have a really big pile of noise. And that's basically one of the biggest tasks we had. And of course, then we integrate all of this into our graph. And I would say with great flexibility comes great responsibility. So remember, validation, like those of you who remember Steve Ballmer on stage, go home into your team and say validation, validation, validation. Because if it takes one pandas data frame or Excel sheet where it identifies the type wrong, and suddenly your integer is recognized as a string and all your merge go wrong. Trust me, I tried. So we have validation on both the input and on the output. So then we integrate that all in a graph, and all the documents that have been deemed relevant, we process into our vector store. And maybe a bit on the curse of synonyms. So we had, when we built 2 years ago, we built our first RAG systems. And disclaimer, these are not generated by AI. You have to live with my own drawings. People would come and say, find me info on gene A. And then they would come to me and say, like, but gene A is not found, but I know it's in the literature. And we would basically then like, oh, but gene A is actually not called gene A in that paper. It's called, I don't know, drought resistance 1, increased drought tolerance. So we discussed back and forth, how do we actually, fix that? And, well, we already had the solution because we already had all the information in our graphs. So we had the resolved entities. So basically, okay, but we know gene A is a synonym of DR1, and we know that DR1 leads to drought tolerance. So if we use that together, we can actually, give people the correct answers. So I think that was one of our biggest challenges with the classic RAG. So we kind of restructured that 2 years ago to use graphs and our NER pipeline results to resolve all these kind of smaller challenges. And that's basically also like, so basically what we run is this kind of hybrid system, because I've seen a lot of people when they say GraphRAG, then they just basically take their documents, chunk them, and then have connections between the document pieces. And, well, then you still miss this kind of whole context area, I guess, up here in the top. So that's basically our structured data, our fact-based knowledge graph, where we have all the different could be from experimental evidence, protein interactions, all these kind of things. And then we have our documents below, and then we have the connection between them. And then, of course, we let the users access that. We've had like, I think it was called React framework at that time, reasoning and action, on this kind of now agentic framework where it reasons over the questions and then can access different tools, Cypher, or the vector similarity, and then go back and forth to answer the user's question, which of course, probably most of you have had something like that as well. Nice Streamlit chat interface to it. So the users can answer their questions and get some kind of text out. And then you think like, oh, are we done now? But the problem is here, like, that still only finds what is already there. And we would like to be able to transfer knowledge. We would like to be able to find new things. Like, maybe it's a bit provocative, but just modeling your data as a graph doesn't really bring that much. We want to predict new information. And just because things can be a graph doesn't mean that they all should. Having a lot of bricks is no house, and a hairball of data is no insights. I sometimes feel when you talk with people, they come and say like, oh, come, look at my graph. You can also like click on it and explore it. And for me, it's a little bit like, say, come, look at my SharePoint folder. I have all my Excel sheets in them, and you can also like look into them. And that's not really that interesting. For us at least, like the whole target discovery, link prediction, finding the new things is the interesting thing. Like, Facebook, they want to sell your stuff, so maybe they don't know that you like biking, but all your friends like biking, so they still show you biking ads. And we basically want to do the same. Can we predict the connections that are not there but should be there? Like in this example, for example, you would have maybe the yellow protein as an autolog in another organism, in a model organism, and it's been cited with some trait, and it interacts with some another protein, and well, probably there should be a connection there as well. And there we basically was looking at different options. If you don't have too much data, you can do this kind of classical topological prediction where you look more about like shared neighbors. You can specify certain paths, page rank, all these kind of things where you look at the structure of the graph. And it have some very obvious advantages. It's quite computationally cheap. You don't need very much data. It doesn't really capture very complex pattern in the graph. And you sometimes need feature engineering. The nice thing is very explainable. Then you have, as we heard before, like the whole machine learning on graph. Here is just graph embeddings as an example, where you translate the nodes into vectors. And so with the idea that nodes closer to each other in graph space, hopefully it's closer to each other in vector space. And then you can learn these kind of more global structures as well, like repeated units across the graph, for example, which is very practical if you want to transfer knowledge from one organism to the other. And you have the vectors, so you suddenly can train all kind of classic machine learning models on the vectors. So basically, like you would have, as you see over on the right side, you would have like your graph. Each of them now is represented by a vector. You get 2 vectors, and you can even do a logistic regression and predict what should be connected. The challenge there is like it's a lot less interpretable. It needs a lot more data, and depending on which model you select, for example, if you select node to vec, every time you add new data, you basically need to retrain the whole model. So that's not very convenient. Then there is the whole, data leakage thing, which I think is a big challenge in graphs, because if you don't split the things properly, you end up with data leakage. So basically, you have to split your graph before you create your embeddings, for example, because if you create your embeddings afterwards and then split the data, you have already inherently leaked data into your embeddings. And then in our case, for example, you have the negative sampling bias, which is also a big challenge, because just because an edge is not there doesn't mean that it couldn't exist. It's just because someone haven't found it yet. So we spend a lot of time basically trying to create the most biologic improbable edges. Like these 2 proteins are not in the same compartments. They are not in the same, really far away what we know, and say those are maybe the negative ones. So that's where it really pays off to spend a lot of effort. What we often do is do this kind of temporal splits. So basically we have our training data based on, for example, what was published until a certain date, and then we wait a while, and then we see what was published afterwards. And then could we predict some of these ones? Then hopefully we minimize bias a little bit. But you still, of course, have the big bias that people work in certain areas more than others. I guess if you work in medicine, like, if you look at breast cancer, there's probably a lot more publications coming out there than there would be in some kind of weird fungus. So you always have some bias, and I think it's hard in some of these areas to do a proper split because you simply have so many different classes of data that you cannot really do an unbiased split. So one of the things we then do for explaining the predictions, because of course our internal customers are the biologists, the decision makers, topology is easy. We can basically follow the path and see what was involved. For the other ones, it's kind of not that easy. How do you tell a biologist that you made that these ones should be connected? That's your trade. And of course, you can do some kind of node contributions, but that usually doesn't really cut it. So what we did was we took a very pragmatic approach. We basically just, after we have done the predictions, we run a shortest path between our source and the target of the predictions. And then we get all these paths out. And to make that explainable for the users, we have this nice dashboard where they can select it. And if we take the shortest path and feed that to our GenAI as the prompt, it actually can generate a nice hypothesis. And even if you then at the same time feed it all the literature, even though they have if you then feed them the synonyms and all the literature that is available for the different synonyms, it's actually still able to connect it and generate the scientist a proper, like a hypothesis of why is this prediction the one that they should choose. And they can then, they have the visualization, but also tells them where to look in this one and why should that make sense. And they can then in the end decide that also from the vector ones. I think we have a small, I don't know if it can start, otherwise can you click on it, start. Just as an example, like for example, we have this little demo dashboard that we made here. Just like, okay, you select whatever stress you want, you can get some genes. And then you get your network, of course, with all your information. Most biologists would look at that and say like, oh, but where should I look? Where's the information? That's nice, of course, they can trace it. But again, you don't want to explore a big hairball of data. You want to be pinpointed where to look. So you basically feed all of it into the AI with, of course, the evidence behind. And you get these, as I showed before, these nice little summary. And I think that's one of the really big powers between them, that you can actually then get a textual thing that people that are not technical can understand. They can get there and put in their report, or their PowerPoint, or SharePoint. Next step, of course, because after we made that, of course, our internal customer said like, oh yeah, but I have some extra questions. How can I do that? So we thought, okay, well, that's fairly easy. Now we already have this context, so why don't we just feed that into a chatbot? So we basically extended the chatbot from before into our dashboard and say, okay, usually you trigger a prediction, you get this now, your prediction, your candidates. But then you have this reasoning agent that now can go to all kind of other sources and improve on that one. So not just fix on the static part, but actually go and find our expression data, more literature data, everything. And then we have a little short-term session memory, and then sadly not a graph-based long-term memory yet, but for each user, so they can kind of customize results. The more they use it, that it knows, okay, you work mainly with corn, so I should focus on that. Then it returns a hypothesis. And basically, they get this kind of nice chat interface to refine and question this hypothesis. So basically like this, if you look, for those of you who use Databricks, it's very inspired from that. But basically then, you get what we had before, but then you now have the possibility to extend it without leaving the same interface. It can also call all our APIs on top of the MCPs, and the APIs get referred to as a citation in the document. So the users can now decide whether they want to explore it by themselves or if they just want to explore it by writing together with it and asking questions. Can also then run automatic iterations, all these kind of things. So I think I will basically finish with like integrating graphs and generative AI allow us to improve our predictions and add interpretability to a lot of our experiments, whether it's like classical GWAS, TWAS, machine learning from all kind of omics data, or our graph predictions. We now throw them in, add this kind of whole context around, and the scientists now have a better explanation and better ranking of their genes to hopefully take better decisions in the future. And with that, I just want to say thank you to our colleagues, and our former colleagues and the external guy we have working on it. And thank you to all for your attention.
Much, Bjoern. We are back in time, and we have Brent already waiting because he started in virtually. So we keep the questions afterwards. Just for the audience here, you found some stickers on your seat. Maybe you turn it around, and there I think we have 4 little smileys on Neo4j logos underneath. So not the sticker itself, like turn it around. The few ones that have a little drawing on the back, please come to see Camilla or Paula. They get one of our limited edition life science t-shirts in the break, so after Brent. So with this, we are shifting now to Brent. Brent, are you with us already? Here you are. Here we are. So how about the sound check? Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
And we can hear you. So over to you. Super excited to hear another great story about plants and resistances. And over to you.
Yeah, so this is going to be fairly complementary to what the KWS group has just presented on. So topic is utilization of knowledge graphs for context in non-model plants. So first of all, a little bit about BASF as a whole. So agriculture is a component of BASF and is one of the standalone businesses. And if we look in particular, we see that, especially compared to some other of these businesses, R&D is a major component of agricultural innovation. AP, so agriculture itself, is another very broad company. So BASF is a large company. It's sort of a nesting doll of all of these different groups and subgroups, etc. And the specific component of agriculture that I primarily work with is the crop protection unit, specifically with herbicides. Why do we need herbicides? Well, herbicides are one of the management tools that farmers have. Farmers make our food. Food is important, right? Weeds compete with your crops that make food and reduce the amount of food that we get. So weeds aren't necessarily the best thing to have, specifically when you want to make more food. Weeds is, of course, a very broad category. In principle, it's any plant that you just don't want in that particular place could be considered a weed. And if we look from a global screenshot, so this came from the HRAC committee of the most prominent weeds, most important weeds across the world, we can see that while there's going to be some weed species that are present across the world, and Ranfus for one, you will see is relevant in a lot of different countries. A lot of different geographies will have their own special blend of weeds. And to effectively market herbicides, we need to have a management solution available for everyone and relevant to both the cropping systems as well as to the particular mix of weed species that you have available. To make matters a bit worse is herbicides represent a large selection pressure on the agricultural ecosystem. As with any large selection pressure, things tend to evolve to get around that selection pressure. And that is one of the large problems in that once weed becomes resistant to a given herbicide or chemistry, it's very much like antibiotic resistance, that chemistry becomes less useful, but it's also an opportunity because there is then the need to develop new chemistries to meet that need, as well as chemistries that are potentially more resilient against the adaptations that we have seen before or could predict for the future. As you can sort of see, as herbicides began to be adopted, sort of in at least the current version of herbicides adopted in sort of the 60s and 70s, we've had a continuous increase in the number of resistance cases reported across the world, as well as if we look at sort of our major cropping systems, we see that there are a number of species for these major cropping systems which have resistance to them. One of the problems with dealing with such a wide range of species, and as Bjoern alluded to earlier, we don't actually know very much about plants in general. And for the plants that we do know a lot of, they tend to not be weeds. Normally, they're either some sort of a lab plant that's well studied, so Arabidopsis, or some sort of a crop plant, maize, wheat, etc. And that's where the bulk of our knowledge, whether that's in available databases or in the literature, is concentrated on. That's where the money is, that's where the funding is. So we often rely on orthology to try to map this information from our model systems to our non-model systems. This is typically done through some sort of sequence similarity. So genes have sequences, so whether that is your coding sequence or the protein sequence, you can do a similarity matching to essentially say, okay, gene 1, and in this case, Alopecuris, is similar to gene 1 in DMAs, so we're pretending that they are the same thing, and we just sort of transfer the information over and just sort of hope it works. Where things get very interesting is in this scenario, say we don't find a good match for ZMA's gene 3. So that information can't be transferred. So we have a break in the link of information if we're trying to model a certain biological pathway within Alopecuris. Typically, this is handled either through gap filling. We pretend reaction 3 is there, so the system makes sense and carbon can still flow. But there is also the possibility that there is a different reaction or that both are existing at the same time within Alopecuris, and thus that adds potential error to our models of these species. If you expand that across sort of the 80 or so relatively important weeds, and if you look closer within a given geography where you have even more weeds, that becomes a bit of a nightmare. Specifically for the information that we're trying to transfer over, most of that information, as with any standard functional annotation of a gene, so what does it do, will typically come from our sort of general standardized databases. Think of your UniProts, for instance. These are high quality, often some level of review, levels of information, but that isn't all of the knowledge that exists. You can think of the flow of knowledge as a sort of how I have demonstrated here, where we have at the far extreme, effectively conference abstracts and presentations or posters, where we have the largest amount of quantity of information, relatively poor vetting of information, and it tends to be very, very specific, also potentially very specifically relevant to our non-model systems of interest. Some of these, not all, will eventually make their way into some sort of a paper. Even few will be openly accessible. From these papers, they can be accumulated into community relevant resources. So we have here Tear, Soybase, and the maize database. And from these community databases, sometimes automatically, sometimes more manually, this information also gets propagated to UniProt. As all of this information propagates to our highest quality data sources, we get less and less of it passing the filters or just not getting caught at all. And this information tends to become more and more generalized. So you can imagine if you look at a UniProt description, you will see maybe in a short one paragraph to a few sentences that was derived from maybe 20 papers. So perhaps there is also a lot of nuance that is being missed that may become important when you want to develop or test a hypothesis. So we have a clear need, which is to try to consolidate the biological context from these knowledge-rich systems, relatively speaking, knowledge-rich systems. It could very well be very knowledge-poor if you compare it to something like human or a more defined, smaller system, and use this to transfer to knowledge-poor systems and try to make sense and address the needs of our particular partners. The current status quo is your standard annotation tools. So you do a homology mapping to, say, UniProt, and you take the closest match, or maybe the few closest matches, and provide those short descriptions as well. This is what the gene probably does. Integrating the various data across sort of the knowledge spectrum is very important, as well as integrating that public data within our own internal discoveries. So if we invest in finding out what this gene does, either in the context of a herbicide or in the general context of a plant, we want to be able to use that in the future through sort of integration into these databases and making it available broadly. This has the added benefit of improving the AI readiness of the data. So AI is one of the big buzzwords across the globe, right? And you've heard from the past previous talks a lot of utilization of unstructured data and literature to address these. And in this case, this is also something that we need for the to represent and access and query these sort of knowledge-based systems, as well as making the data relatively fair. The slightly marketing-driven term we used to describe this was a plant twin graph, where we're trying to aggregate and connect the various sources of information in a biologically relevant way, ranging from sort of just protein straight off of a genome annotation, maybe some papers, some of our endpoint data phenotypes, and some of our measurements, various omics data sets, into a single data integration, in this case, a Neo4j graph database. Hence why I was invited to give this talk. The process started very recently, at least for us. So it started September last year with sort of the kickoff of this project. This was in collaboration with the Neo4j Professional Services. My background is as a geneticist, so less of a machine learning guru, less of a large data management integration guru, but very much coming from more the end user side of it, having picked up a lot of bioinformatics experience over the years and trying to build these systems from more or less scratch. One of the two of the major challenges, as you've heard before, one of them is identifier mapping. So a lot, especially when you're diving into literature, you get into a situation where, depending on when the paper was published, they're going to be using a different version of the genome that may not necessarily be compatible with the present version, as well as you can get into specific differences amongst accessions and how the different identifiers can be reported. This is a problem across all of, at least, plant research, as well as considering that internally also we're going to have our own internally developed genomes for the organisms we're interested in, and how do we match those identifiers in an intelligible way. And the primary project ended February of this year with sort of the use case evaluation defense to the innovation groups, and sort of the continual process in all big companies of trying to convince people to take the next step. As mentioned before, data integration is not a trivial task, right? You've heard not just me, fortunately, complain a bit at length of identifier mapping, just in the genomic space alone is a bit of a problem, but also when we get into integrating different databases together, they can have different core identifiers that may not necessarily be compatible. So for instance, how do you make a broad EC number compatible with, say, a group of genes related by sequence ontology? This brings us to our developed core data model. So here is a very simplistic representation of a biological system. We have our chemical reaction metabolic network. We have your classical gene encodes transcript and encodes protein. We have some information storing nodes such as annotation and orthology nodes to mediate connections both to free text fields, more or less, as well as to and amongst other species. To this, we also integrate experimental data based off of the developed endpoint or developed measurements that we can get. So chemicals you can measure through some sort of a mass spec approach. Genes can have different variants in them. Transcripts can have differential expression in them. Then you have your study and experimental metadata stored in there because that is what allows you to do cross comparisons amongst experiments and amongst studies. Going to a practical example, I had to think a little bit to find something I could actually talk about. Here we're talking about dwarfing in lemna. So lemna is a small aquatic plant that you see on the surface of ponds, per se. There's a paper from the mid-2010s, I think, talking about what we use lemna for. And here we have a series of 5 data sets that are used to populate a small graph. We have sort of a central reaction network. This is a subset of it where you have relatively short path leading to a large differentiation of potential molecules. We have some literature-derived phenotypes. These ones are from Arabidopsis. This is pretty much a free text field that says plant got shorter, for lack of a better term. We have our orthology groups to link our Arabidopsis to our lemna, and we have the genes from the various genomes themselves. So to give a little context as to what this could be used for, say you want to either make lemna shorter or have some sort of an external stimulus to affect either the production of these downstream products or to have like xenobiotic treatment to make the plant shorter, right? You would look at this reaction network. There's a number of potential choke points. Literature has declared, or other people have found, that interrupting these choke points with loss of function mutations or knockouts results in the phenotype you're interested in. One of these, in fact, the one with the most literature references to it, has had a gene family expansion present within the lemna. So instead of just trying to interrupt one gene, you're going to have to try to probably interrupt 5 genes. Makes it a bit less of a good target. So maybe you'd go for one of these other genes as your target with 2 or 1 literature citations. You can then imagine expanding that not just for one plant, but across potentially 80 or so different weed species to aid in your target identification tasks. Going to another use case is in, of course, the annotation task. So what does random gene ID do, for instance? We can hook our graphs up to our various agentic approaches and ask a relatively simple question. What does this do? Give me a functional annotation of this gene within the context of this graph, right? And here we have a comparison of sort of a graph-mediated summary just based off the annotations associated with proteins within the orthology group, as compared to the information we get from our standard annotation tools, whether that's InterProScan or Eggnog, another such tool. Eggnog using a very similar conceptual approach, though not using a graph. And you can see we can get at least a more verbose description, as well as, importantly, the ability to ask further questions from within the given context. So for instance, I want to also include some PPI and reaction network information. And here I get, okay, we have some metabolites that are being converted into, as well as some more global context of what is, in this case, downstream. Don't know how I am doing for time, but this is my final slide. While it's a 3-person month project, there were a lot of people involved in it. both from the Neo4j consultancy team as well as from the core group. So myself, Avery, and NVIDIA did a lot of the data wrangling and thought together with Martin and Stuart. Agentic systems from Elliot and Kuhn, as well as a number of people involved in sort of the software and infrastructure support, getting this working, getting a new thing working within existing systems is always something that requires a few hands on hand. With that, I do believe I am done. Yep.
Thank you very much. If Vlad, Bjoern, and Brent, you two come on stage, and Brent, you stick a little bit with us here. We have our Q&A session. So we bring up the slides here, and maybe Bjoern, we go a little bit to the side, and I read the question, and you can take the Slido, and then we check the answered questions. So first question goes to Vlad. What embeddings in particular are used here?
Oh, right. So we actually used a number of approaches, and there are some that are quite similar. So complex and rotate have quite similar performance. I think past 2020, the research on knowledge graph embeddings has kind of slowed down, and everything, that's why we use basically the ones from 2019, but they turn out to be the best.
All right. I think the next question is maybe to both of you. A little bit to us as well. GraphRAG equals knowledge augmented generation. What prevented the KAG term from wide adoption? I don't know if you have thoughts on that, Brent, Bjoern, and Vlad. I have a little opinion.
I hadn't thought about to have another term for it, to be honest. Like, I guess someone just came up with GraphRAG, and then that one would probably be, was it better because it's more broader, but I don't know. It's like GraphRAG is very specifically for this. I guess the next one will be like basically integrating all kind of knowledge would be my guess.
Yeah.
It's a nice term.
I think in general, what we see with customers is that building a knowledge graph is on the one hand very easy and very intuitive. On the other hand, it takes time. And while integrating the data, customers realize, hey, the data is not clean. We have to harmonize it. What you've learned with all the messy data that we deal with in genes and proteins, right? Brent had some really nice examples, but also kind of the internal data that has to be harmonized internal to external and vice versa. So I think this is a little bit the problem, and also the reason why adaptation is slowing down, because the data is not yet ready. Ivana from Kaigen asked, also to Vlad, is the Bayer knowledge graph built mainly from public sources or a mix of public and internal?
So it's actually mainly built from publicly available sources, but there is a big pressure from many groups to actually ingest internal data. But let's say there are some technical challenges also internally to basically bring that in.
And maybe that the audience get a little bit of feeling how big is a graph. Brent and Bjoern, I mean, you have a lot of genes of the many different organisms in there. What kind of number, ballpark number? What are we talking about?
Like the number of genes and the number of nodes?
Oh, the number of nodes and relationships, like rough estimation. Is it kind of a 10,000, 100,000 million?
I think nodes we have a few million, and then edges we have maybe 20 or 30 million or something like that. So ours is very manageable size-wise.
Relatively small graph for Neo4j. Brent, what about you in BASF?
Yeah, very similar setup. One of the things we're trying to avoid is overinflating both the number of nodes as well as types of nodes, right? So we're more focused on, okay, how do we develop a graph to target a specific use case and then keep the schema relatively generally consistent so we can go across use cases.
Maybe I can add, like, there, for example, one of the things we have, ours is basically like, it's aggregated from a lot of sources, so we have a lot more things. But for example, usually one representative for each gene in there. We don't have all of them from all the different varieties. Like maybe we have 100 different corn genomes, but we have one representative in there, and then we can then connect to the other databases. But it doesn't make sense for the analytics, for the graph path, just to store all these extra things. I think it's a lot easier to have a very strictly curated one, because then you can do way more with it.
Yeah, that makes
Then
sense.
you can have all the other things, and then, I don't know, your old RDF triple store or wherever you have your other stuff.
All right, let's go to the next question. Hi Vlad, thank you for the great talk and insights. Regarding the link prediction, there is probably a reason why you have chosen to report H at 10, H at 100. And what H at K range is most important for you?
So this is actually very context specific, or like, let's say problem specific. Let's say you want to nominate 500 targets for a screening campaign, right? So then, of course, the question is like, what is the hit at 500? But if you actually want to narrow it down, and like you want to check the top 20, then you want to actually narrow down the range of K. And in a way, we do have one central benchmarking just to compare methods, but then the stakeholders still ask us sometimes, or like it definitely helps to do also, so let's say, a disease-specific evaluation to convince them as well.
Yeah, and what we see with a lot of customers, there are startups, there are whatever, and they do link prediction for 1 million of gene disease connections. Well, what does it actually mean, right? Can we validate 1 million connections? No, we can't, right? So what we do is we try to bring that number down so that we can actually validate it in the lab, right? So meaningful predictions is more important than any sorts of fancy machine learning, if you ask me. Okay, for the graph schema, is it defined beforehand based on the data, or is it generated by LLM? I don't know if you have an opinion on that. Obviously, we have an opinion in best practices. So,
as of now, the schema is fully defined by humans and even by a team, so not just by a single person. We don't know how it's going to look like in 10 years, but yeah, for now, it's definitely actually something that is provided as context to LLM. If you don't use MCP server, then an LLM needs to know like what is in there, right?
Yeah.
So you provide it as context.
yeah.
Yeah, I would say the same. Like, for example, for our literature evidence, what we did was we let the LLMs, we basically took a lot of the relationships that was extracted from text, then we took the embeddings, clustered them, and then we found like groups of like same semantic meaning relationships, and mapped and then had the humans say, okay, we have these, I think it was like 7, 8 major relationship types. Then we added a few that were important for our business, and then we led it with that, because when you just let the LLM decide, you would get so many hundreds of different ways of describing increase or decrease, and
Yeah, agree. I would also say, like when we start project with customers, I usually draw things on a whiteboard.
Yeah.
And people have things in their mind, the entities, right? And then they say, well, a gene is coding a protein. Okay, the relationship is called codes or is coding, right? And then we develop the first initial model, and obviously this knowledge graph thing is a living thing. Yeah. So we adapt over time, or a candidate like a gene, some of the customers are saying, well, I don't care about the gene level. Everything for me is a drug target is a protein, right? But we cluster everything, all the UniProt identifiers and CBI identifiers on the entity called protein for whatever reason, right? To keep it more simple. So it highly depends on your use case and what kind of granularity you need.
I guess it's just important, like it's an evolving thing, but like, you have to have some kind of control in the evolution. Like, okay, this is V1, this is V2. If you just let it kind of escalate out of control, it very quickly grows out of control.
Yeah, and the morning session was very R&D heavy. To the second part of the question, also in quality and supply chain. Well, you're happy to use an LLM of your choice and come up with an initial data model, and then from there you are continuing your journey. All right. Next question to Bjoern. Which LLM did you use to populate the graph?
Yes, I think the one where we trained it for the NER, I must admit it's a few years ago, but we were testing, there is a very nice one for biomedical stuff for the Allen Institute for AI. I think it's called BioMedGPT or something like that. And Microsoft had another one called BioGPT. I don't remember which one we in the end chose for the fine tuning, because we were testing a few different ones, but both of them are very good starting points. But there's probably better ones now, because we trained ours in, I think, 2022 or so. So it's already some years ago.
I remember that Novo used BioBird.
Yeah.
There are some specialized LLMs provided by John Snow Labs. They have,
Yeah,
they're very good in recognizing dosages out of free text. So highly depends on the use case.
But I was very impressed with the new Titan 2 embeddings, for example, because we used to use some of these bio-trained embeddings trained on biomedical literature, and now the new Titan 2 from AWS is basically producing better results and finding similar things than the very specialized ones did 2-3 years ago. So I think there's don't do what we did if you're going to do it now, then you have to do with some of the newer ones. But it also very much depends on like speed and what server capacity you have available. Yeah, like ours is smaller. They're maybe not 100% accurate, but they run super quickly, and that was important for us as well.
Yeah. A challenge is, and this is what we discussed yesterday at dinner, it's like when models are changing, right? You have the newest version, Opus, whatever, GPT-5, and you use 3. So sometimes you have to recalculate all the embeddings. So it always there's always a new challenge, right? There might be a better LLM, but you have to retrain your model or...
Yeah, and it gets also like, when is it worth it? Like for us, okay, we get a good enough results right now, so there's... I guess in German you use Baustellen. There's other things where it makes more sense to focus our energy on right now than increase the accuracy with 1% point.
Yeah. All right. So we have time for 2 more questions from the audience here. Frederick asked, how do you manage your ontologies inside the graph where the data is or with a separate tool? Brent, any comment?
So most of the time, most of the core ontologies are going to be derived from public domain, so Go terms, for instance. That is effectively, we trust what's that level of public domain because that's what the user expects to see. It's, again, all contextualization for essentially a wet lab user so that they understand what the Go term is, they can look up furthermore what the Go term is, and they trust the people who make Go term ontologies.
And as far as I remember,
within BASF, a number of different ontology teams responsible for curating the specific internal ontologies, as well as mediating sort of external, internal ontologies, and we sort of borrow and steal from them.
Any other comment? Otherwise, we move to the next questions, okay?
Yes, same. And we have a dedicated person, actually. Shout out to Christian Sanger, who is doing that.
All right. Hope that answers the question, Frederick. Tim, for Vlad, another question. Do you also include omics information from patients and subjects with specific diseases in your analysis, and in addition to information from research and literature?
Yes, with 2 caveats. First, I think it's not the most natural place or like most natural way to represent an omics data. Let's say gene expression data, you have a subject and 20,000 genes, or like the gene counts or whatever. You can still ingest it into the knowledge graph with the attributes of like what is this. But it's not always as helpful as you think. And the second caveat is that also it depends on what you want to do. On the one hand, you could do like a 2-stage approach where, let's say you have a machine learning model, you have some insights from the graph, and then you want to go to the omics data and then have kind of a second check, like what does this align with the omics findings? But it really depends on what you want to do. Sometimes you can already ingest it already and do it in one stage.
Also, maybe comment what you said. Like, does it make sense to put raw data, every of the 65,000 genes in your transcriptomics? Probably not. What you would do is probably do an analysis and then have the top 10, top 20 up and down differentially expressed genes in the graph instead of the 65,000, right? Yes, you can blow up the database and you have a huge graph. Does it make sense? Maybe not.
With classic ML, you would also do outlier detection. You do data cleaning. You don't just dump all the raw data. You do normalization. So
technically you can. Does it make sense? Different.
Not always.
All right. To stick to the time and to have a little break here in the morning session, I would call it a break now, and hope you had a first good session. Enjoy the networking, have some coffee and some breakfast. And we come back. Paula, when are we back? 20 minutes?
We come back at 12.
We come back at 12. All right. Cool. That is in 40 minutes. All right. Cool. So, I'm very happy to have you from Insel Spital here. You have a very interesting use case and a little bit what Bjoern and Brent talked about, like disambiguation, heterogeneous data, a mass of data coming from unstructured data. So, stage is yours, and how you're using that in Insel Spital. So, over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you everyone for the pleasure being here. So I wish we would treat plants and not humans, so it's much more complicated, I think. So we are from Switzerland, University Hospital of Bern. It's the biggest of the 5 university hospitals in Switzerland. And so we are responsible for health information data, so building different pipelines, data products for medical decision support and research. And I would like to present you 2 use cases which actually illustrate the messy data we have to work with and also how we try to bring some clearness and understanding in there. So first case is about drugs. So I'm unfortunately from the pharmaceutical people, so it's a bit, I think, no-brainer. So of course we need medication and we need understand how we use it in a hospital. So this case is about multi-drug resistant organisms. So it's a huge problem in the hospitals. So we are facing a lot of resistance. So we had one big outbreak 6 years ago with vancomycin resistant enterococca. So it's a real problem. And what hospitals do, so they start up stewardship, antibiotic stewardship, so actually to mitigate the risk of creating more resistance, so and really try to treat these infections and also try to reduce the risk for patient to get these microorganisms. So microbial stewardships, it's a strategy which is multi-layered. So we have, of course, first is responsible use of antibiotics. So it still have some in reserve. So for people who really have a bad chance to get this drug, so there is something we can give them. It's also process measurements, so evaluate if the if the interventions we implement are effective. So we review compliance. So do physicians actually prescribe medication as they should do? Outcome measurements. So how effective were the medications? So do we really have impact on resistance? Also utilization metrics, so how many of medication was administered. And of course, we need also patterns of prescribing. So do we have different policies in different clinics? So where to put attention to enhance training and usage of antibiotics. And of course, research. So it's also important part. So how do this medication work on the real evidence? And all this is, of course, only valid if we have good data. So what we built a couple of years ago is antibiotic consumption report. So it's built for all administered medication in our hospital. It's really on the atomic level. So each administered drug, each dose is a singular data point, which is then aggregated on the patient level, clinics level. So we use ATC code. This is anatomic technical classification, which is really, really high level. So it's not really about a single medication, but it helps us to track the different categories of antibiotics. So you see this decrease in 2024. So is it something happening in our hospital, this decrease in consumption? No, it's not a decrease. We introduced a new electronic health record system. And actually, this change of system caused this decrease in representation. Of course, not in the usage. So we just don't know what's going on. And why is it happen? So I brought one example. So maybe it's like only one medication, but to show you which different system and different sources we use for to pull together the information we need for monitoring and implementation of this program. So I took the example of ceftazidime avibactam. This is first, it's a combination medication, so there are two substances, and it's explicitly reserved for treatment for multi-drug resistant infection. From the logistics system, regulation, distribution, we get this information. So if we buy this product, our hospital pharmacy put it in a system. So we have the description of the medication. We have also ATC code, which exactly describe the substance. We have also the quantity of the substance in this product. And so first, it's also different brand name in Europe and in USA. So we have also here a first difference in actually description of this product. Of course, a different registration authorization in Switzerland, which is also might be different from the European Union. The second thing, we have treatment guidelines, which are introduced by our infectious disease department. So they give guidelines. This is online, this is PDF, so it's free text. So they actually give advice at which situation it's good to treat patient with ceftazidime avibactam. But there is no terminology there, so it's just free text. So you can consult this. It's of course available, but it's no linkage to the treatment itself. And we also get a report. So our university published report of the local resistance profile for all microorganisms which are known and tested like current days, weeks, and months. So we know if we have this microorganism, it's high probably that it's resistant to some types of medication or not. So it's also a free text available, but you can consult it. The third thing, we have resistance testing. Of course, people, if there is a suspicion that patient might have multi-resistant drug infection or a carrier, there is resistance testing provided in the lab. And the results come back to our hospital. They're also in free text. So if resistance is detected, it's of course available in EHR, but it's not standard terminology behind it. And the same, we put this information in our clinical warehouse. We have tried like post hoc, map it to standard terminologies as a SNOMED CT, for example, and a substance to ATC. So this comes together in our clinical data warehouse. And now the medication administration in EHR. So there is a custom-made catalog in our EHR, which just contains the name of the medication and dosage. So you also might sometimes problems to have ATC code linked to it. And this master file is not always updated. So there is some ATC but different products. So it's a lot of gaps in this list. So administration is documented based on EHR ID, and then you have information. So this prepared was administrated. So what information is clinical relevant? So first of all, we need an ingredient. So the most important thing is the ceftazidime avibactam and also the strength, so how many milligrams of substance were administered. So what is not really important is the brand name. And so this is actually something we not rank as the highest priority. So now we have all this information scattered in different sources and try to put it in one place, our clinical data warehouse, actually to do all these great things we want to do, process analysis, compliance to guidelines, and distribution of different resistance patterns. So how to do this? And as you saw, we don't have real interoperability between these different sources, and information is scattered and stored in different formats. So how we try to solve this problem? Karen.
So in order to make all the information accessible from legacy data and the actual data in the new system, and also from the different sources we used for should use for monitoring, we decided to transform the medication data at our hospital, for example, from the free text custom list to Rx norm. And that has, of course, as most of you know, many advantages because in Rx norm we have mapping to other standard classifications, and also we have really every product represented in a very standardized way. But the disadvantage is that Rx norm is in English. Of course, there's this European extension for the European market, but that is not complete and not compatible with the custom list we use at our hospital. So to support the mapping process and to transform all this data, we had to set up a framework which made it possible in the first place to translate, but in the second place to map to this classification. And we tried several approaches because we were not sure which would be the right way and which would get the best results for us. So we used an open source tool that is offered by the Observational Health Data Sciences and Informatics Initiative called Usagi, that is working with term similarity, where you can upload custom lists or other classifications and have an auto mapping to standard classifications which are offered. And the second approach we took was to use an LLM model and work via synonym generation in English and then do the mapping. The Odyssey workflow has the advantage that standard classifications are offered. And you see here that for the two mentioned drugs, there's a representation already available, which should be the target. The LLM workflow was set up in a way that in the first stage, as I already mentioned, synonyms were created, which we needed because we had to overcome this language gap between German and English. And then in the second step, the mapping was conducted. We prioritized certain information that come with the products. Active ingredient was the most important information that should be translated and mapped in the correct way because it contains the clinically most important factor of a product we were working with. The results showed that the approaches worked in a different way and prioritized the different classes in a different quantity. And we see here for the example we talked about before, the result that we have one concept that was prioritized by the brand and the other one by the clinical drug. So we do have different results which were both offered in the Rx norm catalog, but do represent a different level of information. And overall, we could show this for the whole mapping of the whole custom list as well, that the two models prioritize the different classes of the concepts in the mapping process. So in order to analyze where we had different results concerning the classes and where we probably also have gaps in the mapping, we represented everything with a graph, and that showed us very clearly how granular the mapping could be conducted using the different models, and also concerning the different products and ingredients. We had the gaps in the mapping sometimes concerned certain ingredient classes and were not distributed evenly. So in the end, we could show that for the different models and for the different RX norm versions, the extension and the standard version, and the different classes, we had differences in path length, which showed us that the proximity of the mapping and the granularity differed between the two models. So, and then we come to case 2, which is even more interesting, I think.
Yes, actually, to sum up, so now we have at least the possibility to analyze the quality of our mapping, and Neo4j was a really valuable tool to see the difference and why the difference is so big between different concepts. So actually, first you start to realize, as you have seen it visualized with a Neo4j graph. And now, yes, so it's really interesting. So it's about surgery. So we know that not so many people work on the surgery representation and the medical health data because it's really complex. And some of domains even don't represent, so are not represented in any system. So for example, the variation anatomy. So people are different and anatomy is different. It might be really a lot of information lost, so which never stored this anatomic diversity, which might lead to different outcomes after surgery. The second thing is also variation in method and approach. So surgery is a sort of art, so people do operate differently, and there are different methods, and the choice of a method maybe it's also differs, so you never know why this method was chosen. Is it a guideline driven? Is it a situation driven? Is it a personal preference? So all this information is also not stored in the EHR standards, so it's really interesting to find out, is there influence on the outcome of the patients? And very important thing, surgeon personality. So we also have a difference in personality performing the operation and surgery. So even if it's the same standard operation, you might have a difference. It's just who is operating, which team, at which daytime, and you know, it's really very, very context dependent, and we still don't know what is actually the outcome. Now, robotic is very important, so it's take more and more place in our planning, and also carrying out the surgery. So also to see these differences in the data, it might be really very, very important, interesting in the future. So we got a case, prediction of post-surgical infection. So we analyzed a lot of data pre-surgery, so patient characteristic like age, comorbidities, everything which is actually known before the surgery starts. Then intraoperative data, including physiological data, also urgency and the night surgery. And we also introduced the post-operation data using mostly kinetic of different labs biomarker. So in the end, we were able to predict infection pretty good on the second post-operative day, which is much better than actually decision outperform clinical-based decision making. But still, there is a question. This is a generic approach, but we are convinced that the type of surgery and the invasiveness of surgery, of course, has an influence on the surgery outcome. So we would like to cluster surgery type invasiveness using a classification, so build cluster and see a difference between these different clusters. So the idea is clear, but the problem is that procedures classification are almost country or healthcare specific, so often not standardized, not in English. And mapping is always not available, so there are multi-axle, different abbreviation names and descriptions, really messy catalogs. In the majority of the world, they are really not well suited for standard analysis. And so what we did, we compared two classification, one from Germany and one from Switzerland. They are already different. You see in the like first glance. So one has 30,000 entities, the other only 3. But German is only in German. In Switzerland, we have French, German, Italian version, which are already different itself. So it's really interesting case. So we first developed LLM to translate this version into English and also curate a synonym, so it's really a clear representation of the content. When they create this post-processing and create a graph and vector, so put it in the embedded environment, so we can also search on these vectors. This MapCare framework was one use case, and another we also used this Odyssey mapping for the manual validation and curation.
Yeah, and here again you see a similar approach. We used the Odyssey tool. We used SNOMED-CT as an interoperable classification as the link between the two source classifications. So we mapped the German procedure classification to SNOMED and also the Swiss classification, and evaluated then the target SNOMED-CT identifiers concerning the how to say this similarity, yeah. And then we imported everything into Neo4j. So in Neo4j we visualized the mapping to OPS, to the German classification, as well as to the Swiss classification, and also integrated SNOMED-CT as the link to both. And also here, as similar to the medication mapping results, we could analyze gaps in the classifications and gaps in the possibility of mapping to standards, which made it possible to assess where we would have problems with interoperability between the systems, and where we also would have gaps when trying to cover our local procedure classification to a standard. So when we validated the results, which we had to do manually, we compared the accuracy and translation, semantic matching and mapping, and also compared the different translations of the languages, which was quite challenging, of course, with the Swiss procedure catalog, as we had 3 languages involved. And what we could show is that with this fully automated mapping by term similarity, we only got very moderate results. The manual validation showed that for an exact mapping, for example, to SNOMED-CT as an interoperable classification, there we had to do a lot of manual corrections and couldn't use the generated results as they came out of the system. But still, we had a good pattern of results concerning the languages in certain areas. So in the end, what we achieved was that we set up a system where we could handle the different languages and transfer our catalogs into the target language English. This worked very well, but the fully automated mapping process showed still limited results. The main goal which we achieved was that by using a graph representation, we could really access the mapping results in a very easy, accessible way. and that made it much easier for us to correct mappings and to also analyze the gaps concerning the target classifications which we needed for interoperability and standards. But the whole system, the whole workflow worked very well, and in the end it was possible to integrate it into the whole process in order to build up a monitoring. This is still what we, the results are still what we used in the project, so it's not really productive right now, but it's a good foundation to go on. And the whole system we had to build up was quite complex, because we had to build it in a secure environment. Different tools had to be linked, open source tools, and also our databases, which we had to use as a source. What we achieved with this is that we really had a data pipeline that covered all our requirements. So in summary, it cannot be underestimated how a graph representation supports knowledge generation, but also the visibility of the quality of your work. And for us, the main achievement using Neo4j in this context was to have a high transparency of these complex processes and results, and to gain a deep insight into the potential of the systems we try to build up, and also to support a further development in the areas where we still have gaps. Yeah, I think that was it. Yeah. So this covers the key message, but we said it before. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I think the time is over. Yeah.
Thank you very much. If you have any questions, use Slido, please, so that we can take the questions after the two presentations now. So you said it very, very well. So here's the QR code. You said it very well, making things transparent, and then starting from that, right, and do investigation, but having the messy data at least a little bit more organized. Cool. Thank you so much for your story. Next speaker is Peeyush. From Sandoz, and we are now switching gears from clinical to the legal tech, and you're presenting, and you've been awarded with the CEO award of Sandoz, so hope to hear the latest and greatest in legal tech. So over to you, Peeyush.
Thank you, Alex. I hope everybody can hear me. So what are we going to talk about? A little bit off track. So, of course, data would be still the key part of the whole thing, but we are going into patents and how data, which is underneath everything, can also help when you want to analyze patents. And the main thing what we are going to look at is delayed competition, because a little bit now about Sandoz. So Sandoz is the world's biggest generic pharmaceutical company. And to go a little bit about it, what Sandoz does and the history behind it. So Sandoz now is 140 years old, right? And we started from being a chemical company to now a specialized generic pharmaceutical. Another thing, because we are celebrating triple anniversary, so the 80 years of antibiotics, right? So the first Sandoz, so it started producing penicillin in Kundl, Austria in 1946, and in 2025, it's the last vertically integrated penicillin facility in Europe. And the third thing is 20 years of biosimilar. So Sandoz launched the first world biosimilar, pioneering affordable biologic medicine. And since then, there are 13 different biologics are in the market from Sandoz. So our aim in the Sandoz is pioneering access for patients, right? And that's where this talk is also leading to. So a little bit further on what we are doing. So at the present, we have 1,300 plus generics in the market, 13 biosimilar, 14, oops, just give me a second. 400 plus generics in the development pipeline, 27 biosimilar. We are reaching more than 1 billion patients every year, and that produces savings of close to 26 billion in the healthcare system, and there is a social impact of around $400 billion. Of course, if you want to know about it, you can go to sandoz.com, ESG supplementary disclosure, and you can get a lot more information how these numbers are calculated, which I do not know that well. But so now let's go back to the patents. That's the theme of this talk. So what do we know about patents, right? So what I knew about patents 2 years back was a patent is a legal right which gives an inventor this exclusive control over the invention for a limited period of time. So, and of course, what they have to do, they have to publicly share it. So of course, people and everybody can benefit with it. So once you have something new, you will apply for a patent. If your invention is novel, inventive, and useful, then you will get a patent for 20 years, and then you have a protection. And that was my knowledge. And I hope that people know more than me here. But even if you do not, I hope that I can also teach you a little bit more onto why patents matter. And that is the next slide. So why do they matter, actually? Means, okay, and when we talk about misuse of patent, what is it actually, right? So, of course, patents are very important, right? Because what they do, they enable development of life-saving drug by incentivizing companies to work on these drugs, right? Because they protect their research, their high risk. But what also could be a problematic thing when they are misused. And what is misusing is delaying competition, right? So at a point when patent protection expires, then other companies should come into the market. So a drug can be reached to a wider audience, wider patients. So these delays are best. They do delay, of course, the best possible treatment to the patients. Now, when we think about patent, and this is where I would probably ask you a little bit on the question side as well. So what happens when a drug, and let's see if I can come here. Okay, so when there is a new drug identified, a patent is given. So what normally happens that you have this, patent which should have 20 years of life, but for the pharma industry, there is something specific. They can get additional 5.5 years of protection because, of course, there was an argument that, of course, there is a lot of time in development, so we need more time. So in principle, if all the protections are given in 25.5 years, competitor should be in the market, right? So how many of you think that that's what happens, right? If you can raise your hands, right? After the protection expires, so you say that happens, right? So after 25 years or the protection ends, they go into the market? Of course, I wouldn't have been here if that was the case. So in a lot of cases, once this primary protection expires, then there are patents which are secondary protection. And that's something where we see first indication, formulation patent, dosing regime, manufacturing processes, second indication, new dosage form. So these are these barrage of patents which come along and then they block competition to get into the market, right? And of course, there has to be protection, but the whole point is that the challenge is that one has to ensure that patents reward innovation, but without unnecessarily delaying the access to patients, right? And that's where companies like Sandoz come in, where we challenge these patents as well. But let's go a little bit forward, right? So now, because of course I am standing here, so there has to be something about data, right? What is it about? So world of patent is large, and I am very sure all of you have this idea. and it is scattered, right? So the data, if we want to get the data to be able to analyze something, you need to go through this big amount of data which is separated, and you need to put it together. And what kind of data do we have? So in our work, what we are focusing on is European Patent Office. And not only 1 year data, 2 year data, complete life cycle, right? From 1978 until 2026. That comes to around 7 million applications which have been filed in the EPO. And then all the steps which are filing, examination, grant, everything about those patents has to be stored if you want to analyze something of a sensitive kind like patent misuse, because you cannot just make some assumptions. You need to have the proof that there is something going on or not. Then, of course, there is legal procedure data. There are relationships which are spread across the data sets. And then, of course, to make matters more complicated, European Patent Office doesn't only have patents from Europe. They are also filed from other countries. And that is the pie chart I'm showing, that half of the applications are coming from outside. So you have to track everything. Another very important thing is, however, patents could be filed at different time points. They could connect to actually same product. So they are protecting the same product. So you need to be able to connect everything together. And I think that kind of gives you an idea that I am going towards connecting everything together. And that's where, of course, Neo4j comes in, right? Because if we want to analyze something on that scale, we need data to be available for any query we want to do, anything we want to analyze. But how do we do that, right? Of course, there are different facets of the whole thing. So a patent has application, publication, inventors. And if these things are connected, then you will identify what otherwise would not be able to you wouldn't be able to identify with the other different ways of analyzing, such as when you are looking at a table. Because, of course, table has rows, a lot of rows, but you cannot see anything unless you are really doing a lot of joins and a lot of queries, right? But if you can put together and combine this heterogeneous data together, and of course, everything comes in when we are talking about that they have to combine together. There has to be these entities which you can work upon, and then all the normalization which happens. But once you have combined it, you can get a pretty picture, of course. Not only pretty, but there is a lot of information in it. So first of all, what is this graph what I'm showing? So this is just one patent, simple patent family. So it's not more than that. So there is one node, which let me see if I can bring in. This is the parent patent. And then what you see, other cyan color nodes on the side, these are all something called divisionals. So just to analyze this one patent, you need to consider all these 7 patents, which either granted or not granted individually. And then, of course, the nodes which you see on the sides, they would have certain information which is needed. And then, of course, the second order nodes which are not there. But to put everything together, we made, I would say, a moderate size of graph, which covers somewhere around 1 billion, half a billion relationships and nodes. And so now, I think Bjoern was talking about it. Of course, creating graph is very nice. You can have that, okay, you can show this hairball that everything is connected, but you need to bring things out as well, right? And that's where the graph analytics comes in. And that's the power of the whole thing. But what I introduced a little bit right now, that patents, even if it's a single patent, it can have divisions, right? I think this word is very complicated also to explain in general. But one patent can divide it into not multiple patents, actually. One patent, if you have here a parent, this can have divisions. So divisions is something where an inventor says that my patent application is too complex, and I would divide it into multiple different applications. But the problem is that a lot of these applications are very similar to each other. And the biggest problem for any opposition, so another word I'm introducing, opposition is somewhere when you want to oppose a patent and where you think that, okay, patent is something which should be revoked. It should not be, shouldn't have been granted in the first place, right? So let's say this patent was first applied for and it was granted. So this blue color line shows that, let's say, a timeline, 5 years it was granted. But in that 5 years, they could file another patent, which is very similar to the parent patent, but still have something a little bit different. So this can be granted as a separate patent. That should come later. But then, of course, these patents can be opposed, right? So opposition is where a company actively goes to the EPO and says, oh, no, I think that this patent shouldn't have been granted, and they will oppose it. And there is then opposition, whole commission sits, and they decide whether it should be granted or not. But this whole procedure goes on, and there is a decision in the end. This could take up to 8 to 9 years very easily, right? But the thing is that the other patents which are now also filed divisionals, right? So even if the parent patent has been revoked, these divisionals need to be revoked separately, right? So at one place where if we think that, okay, in 8 years there was a clarity, we should have got that, okay, this patent should be revoked. But no, because of these divisionals, we do not know until probably 14 years or 15 years of this patent life cycle, right? And this is something which creates uncertainty, right? Prolonged uncertainty, where competition cannot get into the market because they do not know actually whether they will be sued for damages, whether there will be some injunctions put on them. And there was something else. So divisionals are something where a lot of companies are focusing on because they say these are being misused to extend this patent life cycle overall and the protection. So people at the companies were already approaching EPO and talking about this, but of course the most of the things were anecdotal, right? So you looked at one case, looked at the other case, and this is something which is out in the public, but when you cannot show that it is happening on a scale, then it's easy to convince anyone, right? And of course, based on these questions and these questions from the companies, there are a lot of reports which were published that, okay, divisionals are not something, which are creating any problems because this is a very small portion of the total overall patents, and even they are not being filed at a higher rate. So this is not a problem. We should not worry about it, right? But that's something where we started looking into it, and that was a big part of our work. So we started with the data. Now we have created this very big data which is highly interconnected, right? What we could get out. Because, okay, there are people who are saying, okay, divisionals are not a problem. They are not increasing. Nothing is happening there. But when we analyze now the patent data in this connected form, where we can see that how these divisionals are being filed. And again, if I have to say again, so the patents are where the divisionals are linked to. So if you are analyzing a patent which was filed 5 years later, but you do not consider for which patent it was filed, you will not get anything out of it. And that's what we saw here first. So when we are looking at these bar charts, of course, this is something we get after analyzing the whole data set. So if a patent was filed, let's say, in 2000 and 2005, their divisionals could be filed until 20 years later, given that something is in examination. But what you see, that there is a clear trend that every year when the parents are getting more and more divisionals, right? So of course this is being used. And another thing is about divisionals, that divisionals are something which are very nicely integrated in pharma environment compared to others. So this is something which we see with the data. So what we showed with this information, that we have to look into divisionals. It's not something which one can ignore on that level. And now I would like to take you a little bit on an individual example, right? Because I gave an idea that, okay, a divisional can be filed, it can be revoked, patent can be filed, patent can be revoked, but there is always a question that, is it true? Does this really happen? So this is one of the example, which is a real world example, where one thing, because of the graphs, we can visualize these kind of families very nicely. But because we have all the information, we can also see what is happening to these applications over time. Right. So this is the parent of this family. And what we see that this was filed in 2006, and then it was revoked in 2022, right? So we already know that after a long time, which shouldn't have been the case, but it was revoked in 2022. So in principle, if somebody wanted to come in the market, but in 2022, they could get into the market. But because there were these divisionals, which were also present there and granted or withdrawn, they were still present. And you do not know what will happen if you get into the market. But until the last division, so as you can see that the second division was revoked in 2021, before the patent actually. The next division here, which was revoked in 2026, right? So just to say, even if a patent was granted, it was finally revoked. The complete family was revoked. So these shouldn't have been there in the first place, but they took complete 20 years of protection without having actually any exclusivity involved in that, right? So this is something which we could analyze now, having the graph in one go. Otherwise, we had to look each of them separately. And this is very, very actually powerful, because now we know that these kind of patterns, they do exist. So what you can do actually, because we have a graph, we can really search for these patterns actually. And when you do a graph searching with these kind of patterns, where you can say that, okay, I'm looking for this kind of pattern where all the patterns in a family were revoked or withdrawn. So in principle, they shouldn't have any protection. Then you identify a bigger picture, which is already present there, right? And here you can see that all these small families, they had the same thing. Of course, there are much more. I did not print the whole hairball here. But this shows that this practice is not like singly done, right? So it's happening, and there are some changes, of course, which are being proposed by companies that, okay, which should be there, so something like this doesn't happen, so it does not delay access for patients to specific medicines. And in the end, what I would like to show a little bit is the impact of this. Because I showed you, of course, the divisionals could be bad. They can be used to delay access. These are secondary patterns, which also could delay the whole access for the patients. But does this really happen, right? And this is a slide which puts in a lot of information which we could analyze because of our graphs. So what we did here, that we looked at last 10 years, and we identify patterns, those were revoked or they were amended. And these were 170 patents. And why they are important? Because these all patents are related to a drug molecule, an INN. And what happens to these opposed patents, right? 89% of them are revoked or amended. That means only 10% actually survive if they were scrutinized by the opposition process, right? So there is a quality control which is being done by the opposition in this case. And these 170 patents, if they would have remained granted, they would have delayed actually patient access to these medicine by 8 years, right? So 8 years patient has to spend before they could use their alternative medicines. Another thing is that, again, if they would have waited for 8 years, there is also a cost involved in it, which is around 357 billion, which is to the healthcare system, because of course healthcare system has to pay more money. And another thing is, of course, when you are opposing these patents, it's also not for free, right? We are talking about only EPO opposition, but when we calculate that how much cost these 170 patent actually took, so they already costed like $17 million in that case. So this quality control, which is very important, but it also costs money, right? And this money could have been spent on something to make medicine cheaper, or to further increase the development of these drugs. So this is a very big impact. If we can control the patents, that how they are filed, and they are rewarding innovation, but at the same time not unnecessarily delaying patient access. So that is what I would like to actually talk about today. But in the end, I would like to, of course, thank my team, Nadine, sitting here, who is heading our IP strategy analytics, Vishnu, who is supporting me and actually helping. We are working together on tackling these data challenges day by day. And one big thing I want to say, of course, the idea that pattern could be used, the data could be used to think about patterns in this way is something where Nadine came up with when we started talking about it. And now we see that indeed, when it is connected, you can bring out a lot of information. I understand it's a lot of jargon on the pattern side, but I hope I could give you a little bit information. But I'm happy, and everyone from my team who they are here, they would be happy to answer any questions. And also thank to everyone who was part of it, because there were a lot of discussion that involved thinking and understanding about patterns. With this, I would like to thank you everyone for your patience. Yes.
Thank you very, very much. Please stay on stage, and where's Olga and Karen? Please come on stage, and we do the Q&A before the lunch. So 2 fascinating talks about, impact on patients. Obviously, R&D is also impacting patients, but this is where we see it's a little bit closer for me to the actual patient than, well, obviously R&D. So we start with a question: where do you draw the balance between creating ontologies and knowledge graphs? Both and only knowledge graphs for building the context layer. I don't know who asked that question and who refers that to. Any thoughts on from you, Peeyush or Olga?
Balance. I think probably it's for you,
Probably,
ontologies.
yeah. So I think so. We are dedicated mostly to the ontology. So we believe that this is the foundation for everything else. So we are terminologists. We work with building of the concepts, so sometimes custom concepts. And for us, it's really representation of the reality starts with the concept and then aiding. So balance is actually skewed towards ontology build. Karen.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if I understand the question really. You mean by balance, I mean how you completely want to represent the reality by ontology, or what is it exactly?
I don't fully understand the question as well. Look, I'm trying to answer on that as well. If you have data, right, and you try to understand it, you try to harmonize it, bring it together, obviously you have a data model, so-called ontology, terminology, whatever it is. You try to create that. And obviously that is also a living thing over time. Yes. Because there are many different subtypes that haven't been there. I don't know, for breast cancer, there haven't been 5, 10 subtypes 10 years ago or 20 years ago. Now, since we have new diagnostics and new biomarkers, we can distinguish between different subtypes. So creating and keeping the ontology up to date is one thing, but you clearly showed instance data as well, right? Where the instance data is connected to the ontology. So I don't know if that answers the question here.
In context layer, rather the semantic layer we want to build. It's not the knowledge graph itself. So that is probably,
Let's go to the next question. Is FHIR data format getting a broader recognition for interoperability in Swiss healthcare landscape?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, that's a good sign. That was quick. In slide number 12, so I don't know which presentation.
Yeah, that's, I think, for me, actually.
It looked like actual divisional patterns decreased while projected amount increased.
Yes, that's a very interesting question. And that's what I wanted to say, that a division links to the parent of a patent, right? Mm-hmm. So a division can be filed much later in time. So let's say, and that's why these buckets we call from 2006 onward, they are being filled up right now, right? Mm-hmm. So any patent which was filed in 2006, in principle, they have 20 years of protection, right? So 2026 would be the last time for them to file a patent. But the ones which were granted in 2010, they still have 2030 to be to have these divisionals still filed. So these buckets are increasing actually, and I do not have the other slide which we produced last year. We can see this going up, right? So the gap is closing. And I'm very, very sure that in the next 5 years, this will overshoot. So what we have as a prediction, that will be on the lower edge of what we will see. And hopefully we can have the same slide after 5 years and show how did it overshoot. But yes, so the buckets from 2006 are still being filled up, and that is the idea, right? And what you see that it's already fourfold increase when you just look from 1990 to 2005, right? They are going at a rapid pace. More and more people want more division with their patent applications, right? Because it does give some sort of edge when you want to, go in the whole protection environment.
And I think it makes a real impact on the patent lawyers because the data is way more complex than it has been, right?
Indeed.
Several decades ago. And kind of analyzing, understanding, bringing everything in context is way more complicated and gets even more complicated. So I think like there is a, I don't want to call it GenAI application, but kind of a computer-aided patent opposition.
Yes, that is indeed very correct, right? With every, let's say what were tactics 20 years back, they would have evolved by now. So you need to track what is happening to be able to understand, and that's kind of the next question I think I got. I will elaborate on it when it comes. But that can you really, stop, resolve before this game begins? And that's something we will talk, but in between, let's...
Yeah.
Oh.
Interesting. And do you see a difference between small molecules and large molecules?
That's a very interesting question. We are analyzing that, right? I would say that there is a difference, but I cannot comment on it a lot at the point.
But just like curious on that. Let's jump to the third question. How many times do you update the patent database to catch updates regarding patent status?
That is also something where we are tied to EPO, European Patent Office, right? So European Patent Office publishes this data publicly, right? And normally there is a cycle of sometime 4 weeks, 6 months, so we update it depending on that. But the analysis we are doing at the moment, it's heavily relies on the data has been published in the past, so we don't have to do it every 2 weeks. That's something, but yes, that is we are looking into that it can be updated as soon as possible. But we have other sources, of course, which gives us that information.
Got it. So there's a question to Karen and Olga. Is the data you collect purely observational? Can you actually change the course of action? How binding are Swiss medical regulations?
Yes, we have observational data, so it's data coming out of EHR. And of course, we have a lot of clinical trials, so they're also embedded in our system, so it's also in parallel development. And yes, so change the course of action. Yeah, so this is actually what we try to do. So it's not the beauty of the graph, which is of course a purpose on itself, but it's also applicability of this. And yes, so Swiss medical regulation, yeah, of course it's binding, so we all under these restrictions, but is there a certain aspect of this? I don't know. But yes, of course, yeah.
Okay. Back to Peeyush. Is the misuse analysis you did you identify certain repeat offenders, or are all farmers involved?
Yes, very interesting questions, right? And while I can say yes, I cannot name any. But of course, when you are doing this kind of analysis, you will, start to find patterns, not patents. And you can see that some of these things are being used by someone more, some companies more than others. And that is something which we have, of course, found, but unfortunately, I cannot tell you everything about it.
Interesting. What are the techniques? What techniques would be used to resolve entity deduplication for related medical terms? Want to tackle that?
This is a very good question, and so deduplication, it's maybe yes, right approach, but you have seen maybe like some simple things like this medication, and still it's so many ways how it can be represented. So it's not really a duplicate, it's actually saying the same and slightly differently. And what we tried with the graph, exactly bring all this together, so to bring one concise representation of a concept with different synonyms in this.
And that's the same for Bjoern and Brent, like on gene and protein level.
Exactly.
You can do that on different levels, string matching, fuzzy string matching with Elasticsearch. You can do vector indexing for finding similar vectors. One topic is called entity resolution, where you actually query the local neighborhood of the actual object and say when two nodes are sharing the same neighborhood, they might be the same to deduplicate it, which is a graph problem itself. So we have that with many customers. Different effort.
Or surgeries. So it's like colectomy. It's simple terms. Everyone understands, but you got like 200 different representation of this, and which are all correct, but still describing the same thing.
Just to add, I mean, standardizing the medical information in a too offensive way will block knowledge generation in future. So it's not our aim to standardize synonyms to one term, but it's really to support the semantic variability in order to keep all the information that is captured, because in future it might be important to make differences between these slight variants.
And usually your colleagues or customers, the medical doctor, they don't have time to standardize and then like go to a lot of trainings to name something very specific now, and they are used to something different, right?
Yes, and they also like each surgeon describes own procedure differently, and to capture this information it might be really important.
So we have a lively discussion. We have another 5 minutes almost. Back to Peeyush. Do you share your insights with EPO?
Again, very interesting question.
I see there's a lot of interest.
And the short answer is yes, right? So what Sandoz does is have meetings with EPO to discuss what they think with respect to the practices and where. And okay, I would say a better person to answer that question would be Nadine, but I will try to answer as much as I can. Right, so we have meetings with EPO, and the latest meeting we had was about the data, actually, right? Where we wanted to get the information and tell them about what we think about the data and how it can be, a little bit better. And EPO acknowledges some parts of it, of course, but the primary goal is to have this conversation open. And I think it will be hard for people to hear, but so EPO has these every year, or not every year, right? So this year is something where they are discussing about divisionals. So it's called something convergence, where all the different stakeholders, they go to the EPO and presents what they should do, and then the EPO evaluates. So this is also something which is a very big thing for us, because here we can raise our concerns to the EPO, and not only us, of course, the whole industry. Right. So yes, the answer is yes.
Brings us to the next question. Is there anything you can do against this misuse?
Yeah, that's what we are trying to do. And I don't know if I can say that. So we are working on something where a research article would be, prepared for this, where the things would be highlighted, how these things are being misused. And hopefully this would be published in a peer-reviewed journal. And then the actions which should be taken hopefully they can be taken in advance, because that's, I think, part of the question, that can you do it in advance, which is very hard, because the patent granting structure is a little bit different. So it's just because a patent is a divisional, it's not bad, right? Yeah. It's the intention behind the divisional which counts in a lot of cases, right? So without really assessing that, you cannot say that, okay, a divisional should not be granted. But how they are being used is, which takes a little bit of time, right? Of course, the teams from all the companies, those who want to oppose these divisionals, once they are filed, they start analyzing it, and then they know whether it is something of worth substance, and they, as soon as the process where they can oppose, they start opposing them, right? But the process is long, and like I showed earlier, it takes on an average 8 to 9 years for a patent to be granted and opposed and get a decision, and then of course can further go on until 15, 20 years if there are divisionals involved in that. So of course this is a long process, but it's something we have to work with to identify gaps and how to make it better.
All right. How do you standardize the vocabulary or entities in the graph instead of having multiple synonyms for the same term? How do you limit the vocabulary? I think that's the question that we can take also to Bjoern and all the others. It's kind of a best practices how on what kind of granularity you want to work. And you said it well. You create the transparency, right? So maybe we have a very fine granular model of different synonyms that are all different nodes, and you want to keep that, or you condense it down. So we have customers who say, okay, for this and that gene, we have the most common gene name. I don't know, it's mentioned very much in literature, so we stick to ABC1 instead of, I don't know, ABC_1, something like that. It always goes back to the transparency. If you want to link that to the actual raw data to make that transparency down to literature or whatever, I don't know, what do you think about it? But it's always a fine grade of,
yes.
How complex should it be?
Yes, exactly. So actually we used, so take example of SNOMED CT, so you already have inbuilt ontology there, so you can actually collapse the hierarchy on the more aggregated level. But if you want really to depict the reality and all nuances, then you use post-coordination. That's even create a string of different terms to describe your entity. So it's really depending on the use case. Sometimes it's enough to have high level of hierarchy, but we mostly try to use the standardized ontologies like SNOMED CT.
All right, so we come to the last question. What are the clustering and named entity recognition methods which can be used to resolve the related entities?
It's for you.
I'm looking at Jean-Marc. Bjoern.
Can you go on stage and
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we have, for vectors, for example, we have very good experiences using dbScan. I must admit, I don't remember what the acronym is, like density-based something. And that one is very nice because you don't have to specify how many clusters you actually have before, so it can kind of let the data explain it, and it don't have to be similar sized. So that's where I would start at least.
Method developed in Munich University. So there are different techniques, right, Jean-Marc, for doing named entity recognition. So I hope that answers the question for named entity recognition. I see customers using LLM, right? We can always debate how costly that is and how much time in terms of I/O it is. We have very simple techniques like SPACY or so, SciSPACY, to recognize things, a gene, a protein, whatever. So this is way more scalable and more cost efficient. There are community detection algorithms for finding highly connected nodes, as in genes and proteins, to say, well, they are all clustered, and this is the community of my gene ABC1, something like that. So there are different techniques. To resolve that.
But that's an interesting question, because of course entity resolution is always a problem, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, what Bjoern said, about, okay, so we have seen, of course, if you have some sort of dictionary which can be used to, in principle, get it resolved, but at the same time, vector, right? Vectors, if there is a context involved in it, that could help quite a lot. Of course, everything has to be...
And you always have to evaluate.
Exactly, you have to be evaluated. But yes.
Yeah. All right. So for the folks here in the room, we have lunch now. For the people that are dialed in virtually, we have 2 other presentations from the community. There's Isaac and Christian presenting virtually, so you can get the recording afterwards and we enjoy some lunch. And the people that are dialed in virtually can enjoy the lunch break with the 2 other presentations. And we are meeting back, when is the time schedule? 2:30 here. All right, enjoy the meal.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you.
explain how my drugs graph model can be used to support future development in Swiss healthcare system from a financial point of view. I use the term knowledge graph in a practical sense. Real knowledge graphs are even more complex than the drugs and reimbursement graph I developed. I will not talk about AI or ontologies, even though these topics are strongly connected to graph data. First, I will give you an overview of the project. Then I will show you some main results and insights to the data model. And finally, I will share some best practices and lessons learned that might be useful for your own work, I hope. So I studied medical informatics studies at Bern University of Applied Science in 2021. And I also have been working for SwissDRG AG since then. For my bachelor thesis, I worked on a real problem of SwissDRG, and I developed a solution to address it. The solution was the drugs data graph, and it was implemented in Neo4j. 3 months ago, my bachelor thesis was awarded a third prize in a competition for the best bachelor thesis in medical informatics at the DEMEA in Berlin. I suggest my graph data model turned out quite well. But let's go ahead. SwissDRG is responsible for developing inpatient tariff structures, and therefore we calculate the so-called diagnosis-related groups. There could be an extra payment on top of the lump sum if high-cost medicine require separate reimbursement logic. Decisions about which drugs are classified as high-cost drugs or which additional payments can be created are always data-driven. And the underlying data can be very, very challenging. Because one of the problems is that the number of medications and also additional payments have been rising sharply in recent years. For example, during the last decade, the number of high-cost drugs have more than tripled. So much of the information on medication is gathered across the internet, for example in compendium or in the prescribing information on websites of Swiss or international regulatory agencies. These information are available online in a wide variety of formats, structured, semi-structured, or even unstructured data. Gaining an overview of these information is a process which takes a lot of time. I identified the relevant data and integrated them into the Neo4j database for my bachelor thesis. Okay, let's have a look. As it is typical for data warehouse or BI projects, the data was loaded into the database via a structured ETL process. I used R and Python for data preprocessing. First, the data was downloaded from public available sources, and it was stored in the first staging areas. Then I transformed the source files and I filtered out the relevant data. For example, in the case of XML files, the relevant information was extracted from the nodes. As a result of the transformation process, CSV files were generated and they were stored in the second staging area. At the end, I used these CSV files of the second staging area and I created the entire graph model in Neo4j just using standard cipher statements. As a result, 13 labels and 14 relationships has been created, along with tens of thousands of nodes and edges. To put it simply, we can represent the data model as follows. The label medicament represents the drugs with different additional properties. The medication have indications which are a central part of the data model. Packages has also prices, for example, price for a package with 10 or with 20 pills. And on the other side, substances are grouped by ATC codes, which come from World Health Organization. And for some of these substances, additional payments can be charged by the hospitals on top of the lump sum. And these add-on payments are defined by Swiss DRG. So let's have a look for a real example of one substance. Here we have on the right side supplementary charge or reimbursement with the number 200, shown in gray. The corresponding substance is yellow, and there are 3 medication notes in green. The package and the prices are in orange, here at the top of this picture, and there are several indications in pink or purple. The purple indication represents ICD codes or ICD texts, and the pink ones are just free texts in English mesh term, in this case, or to German indications with or without an abbreviation of the illness. The most practical relevant use case was the identification of a substance without an additional payment whose products are linked to the same or closely similar indication as products of substances that already had an additional payment. This matters because additional payments in Swiss DRG are defined as substance level and not on product level. Therapeutic alternatives for the same clinical context should be ideally treated equally for reimbursement reasons. Since substances themselves do not carry standardized indications, the relevant path through the network and their non-standardized indication nodes are very important for us. So let's talk one moment about terminologies and standards. Here, in an ideal world, indications should be stored as standardized, semi-structured data, for example, using SNOMED CT dummy ID 123. These IDs are also language independent. With this kind of structure, it would be much easier to identify and compare substances used for the same disease. But the real world is different. In fact, in my data sources, I found some standardized diagnosis, and I was able to use mesh terms, for example. But I only have mesh terms as English text and not as code or ID. Or I had multiple diagnoses which were separated by comma or semicolon or both instead of arrays. In fact, most of the indications are just stored as free text, which make it difficult to compare the different substances. But here, exactly here is where graph models show one of the main strengths. Because if there are many possible paths through the network, we can find them. In this example, a path is found between substance L1 and substance L22 because product A and B on medication A and B share the common indication carcinoma in English. By contrast, using the path in English indication, carcinoma, that end in a dead end. By combining multiple data sources, even if there are differences in languages, in spellings, in indications with or without abbreviations, it becomes more likely that meaningful paths still can be found in the data model, even without standardized terminologies. For me, it was quite impressive but in fact, it's not the perfect solution. Now we see an example from OraDB with our use case. Here we have 3 substances in yellow, and these are linked to additional payments shown in gray. The substances are connected through a network of 21 products shown in green and 3 indications shown in pink and in purple. Now, a fourth substance can be seen on the right side of the cluster. However, this substance is not associated with an additional payment. The structure helps us to investigate the relationship between the substances and assess whether they are reimbursed consistently. If similar substances are treated differently, we can further analyze the reasons behind this. Depending on the findings, we may introduce either a fourth additional payment or we can remove the 3 existing ones. Our goal is to ensure that substances within the same cluster are reimbursed consistently and that unjustified differences in reimbursement are avoided. Using this approach and these pictures, we systematically analyzed high-cost drugs in the Swiss healthcare system during the last year, and we used the results to improve the reimbursement structure. The graph model in Neo4j served as the foundation for all of this work. Okay, so let's go to the best practices. In this real example, the medication node in green was created by one data source with a relation to a substance, to an ATC code, which ends with a 5. Then the package node in orange comes from another data source, and this ends with a 4 and not with a 5. I definitely know that the package information is more up to date than the original other data source. In the data model, we defined the relationship between the medication and the substance and not between the package and the substance. But that's no problem. A basic Cypher query matches the relevant nodes without a relation, and it creates one. In this example, we create an indirect relationship between the nodes. After creating this indirect relation, the substance and the medication is now connected, and the medication has 2 substances. So we used data from multiple sources and we enriched the graph. But keep in mind, we did not create relationships between labels, only between nodes. In a data warehouse, for example, in contrast, there would be a data cleaning process with new M2M tables or I don't know what. In graphs, we just offer multiple relationships and the client can just use the nodes and he don't need to decide which path he has to go. So we as graph designer, we model the traversal of the passes, and even if they are old or newly updated information, the paths can be found in this network. And these passes are for us the most important of this project. As I mentioned earlier, we used multiple data sources. For some of the relations between nodes, I also stored the source of this information just as a property of the relation. This made testing and validation of the model quite easier. It allowed me to quickly identify which piece of information comes from, and when necessary, I could investigate the original data more in detail. However, it is really important to keep in mind that multiple data sources can be created between the same nodes if they are connected in more than one data source. This behavior should be considered when designing and analyzing the graph model. This behavior could be confusing, but it works. For me, it was very interesting to use saved cipher statements. We always had the same questions, the same scenarios for analyzing. And for this, I defined search phrases or scene actions stored in our perspective in Neo4j Bloom or Explore. And we can use these stored saved ciphers just with a parameter, here in example with the ATC code. And we always got quickly the same information with a pre-defined network, and we did not need to traverse manually through the network and through the nodes. I really recommend saved ciphers. That makes the understanding very easy, even for people which don't know how to work with Neo4j and with Bloom or Explore. By the way, if you don't know how to work with Bloom or with Neo4j Explore, I recommend the training series, Getting Started with Neo4j Bloom, I have shown here. There you nearly can learn everything. That's really good. And one last advice about perspective names. I had this problem. I defined my first data model as version 1.0, and I also defined my first perspective 1.0. Then I started to use deep links with the version name 1.0. When I changed the model and the perspective to 1.1, I also had to update these deep links. And if you deploy your deep links in applications and you update your perspective name, then you have to redeploy all of your applications. It's not super efficient, so keep in mind, and I really recommend to use perspective names without version numbers, and then you don't need to redeploy your apps every time. Okay, I hope you could learn a little bit and you enjoyed the session. You can find the data model on GitHub, also with the technical documentation. You can try it out just by running the Cypher script in the Gold layer on the Gold folder of the repository. And if you have further questions, you can contact me via LinkedIn. So thank you very much and have a good day.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ishan Chaudhary, and joining me is my colleague Isaac Prem Kumar. Last year, we introduced MedQGraph as a temporal medical knowledge graph, a way to connect scattered patient data into something an AI could actually reason over. This year, we are back with something bigger. MedQGraph as a platform that gives rich, connected context to medical AI agents. Let me quickly retrace how we got here and then show you what's new. So let's start with why this mattered in the first place. Across the US, patients wait longer and longer just to see a doctor. And behind the scenes, hospitals are bleeding time and money. They lost around $7,500 for every minute a lab result is delayed. On top of that, 96% of hospitals experience EHR downtime, where the record system goes offline and care gets delayed even further. The root cause underneath all of it is the same. Patient data is scattered across disconnected systems and rigid tables that are slow and hard to analyze. And this is the massive market. AI powered EHR is projected to reach around $33 billion by the end of year. So the demand is clearly there. The real question is why existing systems haven't solved it. The answer is that traditional systems weren't built for this. They rely on fragile chains of services, APIs, DNS, and security layers. If any one link fails, the whole system can go down. They also store everything in rigid tables that simply can't show how the things connect. Knowledge graphs can, and that was our starting insight. But an insight is only as good as the data behind it. So the first thing we did was gather the data. We brought the data together from two sources. First, real EHR systems like Epic, Cerner, and Athena. These hold the rich clinical data. Second, we used Mimic 4, a trusted public research dataset of around 300,000 ICU and emergency encounters, covering diagnosis, procedures, lab results, and etc. Real world systems and rich research data unified in one place that we all wanted. We stored it all in Neo4j Aura, a serverless graph healthcare, serverless graph database with zero downtime, which is exactly what a healthcare platforms needs because it simply can't afford to go dark. And it gave us the powerful tool, uh, not just for a database purpose, but a graph data science, vector embeddings for smart search, and easy integration with large language models. With the data stored, the next step was to actually turn it into a graph. This is where GPT-4o did the heavy lifting. We pointed it at unstructured medical transcripts and it read through them, pulled out the important entities such as conditions, medications, allergies, and figured out how they relate to each other. What you are seeing is the actual graph it built. Each co- each colored circle is an entity, all connected around the patient at the center. On the right, you can see it automatically sorted 367 nodes into clean categories in our Neo4j Aura workspace. But a graph is only useful if you can actually get answers out of it. So we query it using Cypher, the query language for graphs. On the left here, a broad query pulls up the entire knowledge graph at once. On the right, a focus query asks something specific. What medications was the patient given? And instantly, the graph returns just the patient and their medications, nothing else. So instead of clinically manually digging through fragmented records, they ask a question and the answer comes back already connected and in context. And we could push all of this much further. Here, for example, we ask for a patient's full medical history, and the query fans out from the patient node to map every past issue: back pain, swelling, difficulty walking, all in one view. We could also follow the clinical reasoning itself. Here on the slide on the left, we ask what diagnoses were made for a given condition, and the graph links them together. On the right, we ask something really valuable. What risks are associated with the procedure? And for a laparoscopic procedure, it instantly surfaces every linked risk: bleeding, infection, injury to nearby organs. That's a connected insight, which a normal database can't give you easily. And once we saw what was possible, a much bigger vision started to take shape. We began imagining Matthew Graph doing far more than answering questions. Voice-enabled appointment scheduling like an interactive receptionist, automatic summaries of clinical notes, downtime avoidance so data is never lost, and agentic workflows that handle scheduling and emergencies on their own. All of it is pointing toward one goal: an intelligent data reservoir with zero downtime. But to get anywhere near that, everything had to stay perfectly organized. So we built an ontology, the blueprint that defines how all our data is structured. It organizes everything into clear categories. This is what keeps the graph consistent and meaningful. No matter which hospital or system that data comes from, uh, the data remains so consistent. With this blueprint in place, we could automate the actual construction. We automated the entire build in three-step pipeline. First, node creation. We take each row of the dataset and turn it into a node. Uh, Nodes are such as patients, admissions, diagnosis, medications, and tests. Second, relationship building. We link those nodes with clinical and time-based relationships. And the result is that raw, static clinical tables are automatically transformed into a structured temporal medical knowledge graph, one that captures not just the data, but how it connects and how it unfolds over time. It is now ready to query and analyze. Now, we didn't want clinicians writing code to use any of this. So an LLM generates the queries for them. We give the model the database schema and a plain English question, and it returns a clean, corrected query, nothing extra. Someone simply tries like medication for patient X, and the model writes the exact query behind the scenes. And getting the language models to do that reliably took real work. A lot of our effort went into prompt engineering, getting the models to behave exactly right. We use a summary prompt that tells the model, act like a medical assistant, take these results and explain them cleanly and concisely, the way you answer a patient or a doctor. So the output isn't a table of database rows. It should be a clear human answer, and someone can actually act on. We also wanted the system to feel generally helpful, not just reactive. So after every answer, another prompt looks at the relationship involved and automatically generates 3 to 5 relevant follow-up questions the user might want to ask next. The conversation flows naturally, and the system almost anticipates what you need, all with no technical effort on your part. So how does all of this fit all together? It comes together in one architecture, flowing through 6 stages. Data preprocessing turns transcripts into structural clinical data. Knowledge graph construction creates all the patient diagnosis, medication, and other nodes in Neo4j. LLM integration is where GPT-4 extracts entities and writes the queries. Vector stores and search use embeddings for fast and meaning-based retrieval. Then the front end, which was built on electronics and network X. Now, that's the system we built. The next question was how it would work in the real world at scale. In production, we had used connectors that plug into each vendor's standard API like FHIR, the real-time updates through Kafka. We had normalized everything to a common clinical model using standards like SNOMED, RxNorm, and match patient identities across systems so records aren't duplicated. It all lives in Neo4j with temporal edges and full source tracking. And on top sits a query layer that turns natural language into graph queries with secure and role-based access. And in healthcare, none of this means anything without airtight security. So we built security in from the start. OAuth sign-in, role-based access, encryption both in transit and at rest. And we have been honest about the hard challenges too, mapping different terminologies, matching patient identity across system, and cleaning legal and compliance hurdles. So that was MetQ graph as a temporal knowledge graph. It worked. But as we built it, we realized something much bigger. And that's what new this year. Now I'll pass to my friend Isaac to talk about it in depth.
So thank you, Ishan. So we developed MetQ Graph initially as a single workflow as discussed earlier. So we wanted to somehow scale the MetQ Graph temporal medical knowledge graph framework into something larger that provides context for healthcare agents uh, where hospitals, clinics across the world can use. So after we developed MetQ Graph with temporal medical knowledge graphs, we wanted to further extend the scope of TMKGs to provide better context for healthcare agents. So right now in the healthcare market, there are many databases that provide context for agents, but there is clearly not a winner yet. So we wanted to build a platform that provides rich context of health information as a service to healthcare providers like Athena, Epic, Cerner, clinics, and also hospitals. So this is what happens usually. So we have a patient data that is in an unstructured format, and then that gets converted into TMKGs and using predefined nodes and relations specialized for healthcare context. We create subgraphs and graphs that is fed to specialized agents like clinical assistants, coding agents, prior authorization agents, intake agents, care coordination agents, and research agents. Thus, now MetQGraph acts as a context layer for various healthcare agents. Our platform contains four important layers: the data ingestion layer, the healthcare knowledge graph layer, the agent memory layer, and agent APIs, specialized for developers and healthcare analysts. The patient data, such as electronic health records, is collected from vendors like Epic, Cerner, also considering lab systems data, insurance systems, pharmacy systems, and other unstructured documents, and then a normalization mapping engine that maps the data into a defined temporal medical knowledge graph, and a canonical FHIR compliant data model, which is available via the MetQGraph platform as a service for hospitals and clinics and developers. So to tell you more about healthcare knowledge graphs, they contain vital information regarding patient history, diagnosis, procedures, labs, and encounters with complex interconnected relations that yield truly insightful information when fed to specialized AI agents. So each agent uses complex hyperqueries, as discussed earlier, to access specific contextual graph information to provide clinical summarization, documentation, and question and answering. This provides an optimized solution in terms of computation by using information that is only required by each agent, be it clinical assistants, medical intake agents, research agents, or care coordination agents. So, how do we store the information so that the agents can access it when required? Uh, so the answer is like we use session memories, uh, pat- patient context cache, memory services using the Neo4j aura. So this is key in basically helping us to survive the EHR downtime incidents as patient context persists independently despite of the various downtimes and provides the EHR uptime. So the agents are available within the right context even during the outages. So every agent's query and result is logged immutably, so thus adhering to all the full HIPAA compliant and reasoning trails. Nonetheless, we have developed APIs for developers and analysts to call information from documents and various electronic health records so it can be analyzed directly into their development environments to bring out more insights and visualizations charts to perform trend analysis that can bring out information that simply cannot be obtained via a SQL retrieval. For instance, if you type in patient.medications, the method returns all the possible medications that a patient had for a certain condition, so which includes more complex parameters such as hospital visited, time period, and many other parameters. So this can significantly reduce the time taken by developers to learn about various health uh, information, which usually takes months of study. So here is a comparison of some results from various systems that were developed using knowledge graphs for healthcare information retrieval. So some previous research introduced MedGraph QA, MedTKG, and SQL baselines, and we observed that MedQGraph provides better accuracy across 50 different query results in medication diagnosis, risk assessment, and a reduction in time. Thus, it was an optimal method to use for healthcare vendors, hospitals, and clinics. So, as a conclusion, today we introduce MedQGraph as a context uh, provider and an AI native healthcare platform that provides medical context to any healthcare AI agent uh, and patient information being scattered across EHR providers, clinical nodes, lab systems, imaging systems, and insurance system is now presented in a single connected view available as a unified patient context. A knowledge graph provides rich contextual information and ensures better accuracy. Thus, MetroGraph platform provides a critical solution to EHR downtime incidents using key sessions and agent memory layers via Neo4j services. Overall, a TMKG provides richer context in obtaining clean healthcare context, uh, structured relationships, and reliable retrieval, reducing computational resources and helping specialized agents perform complex tasks. Thank you all for listening today. Do reach out to myself and Ishan if you have any questions regarding our MetroGraph platform.
I hope you enjoyed lunch and the conversations, talking to colleagues, competitors, random people. So I had a great time so far. We have a lot of people in the room still. Next topic we want to cover is with the two presentations in supply chain and manufacturing. So we have Mambe here from Boehringer Ingelheim. Please come on stage. I'm absolutely fascinated how you did it as a one-man show in the last couple of months. So super excited to hear.
Wow.
Yeah, the stage is yours. You have
that.
You have the pointer, and handing over to you.
All right. Thanks.
Cool.
All right. Yeah, it works. All right. So hi, everybody. I hope at least half of you are awake after lunch. I'm actually a little bit sleepy myself here. So I'll be covering supply chain insights without the training manual, and you see why I write without the training manual in a bit, and it's agents on a pharma context graph. All right, so supply chain. So my background isn't in supply chain, but I dove into this project because that's what happens at Boehringer Ingelheim. I'm with a central data science team, and they place us wherever we're needed, and it just so happens somebody needed a data science on this supply chain project. So supply chain is pretty basic. It's ingredients, combine them, get a product, and sell them on the market. Why are we actually doing this project? Well, I spent a little bit of time with the SMEs that are running this project, and a very big issue they had was that we have all this data, we know it's buried in different sources, and we usually have to work pretty hard to get it, right? It's the same problem you've seen in a different face here, but this is the why. It's we want to be able to make decisions quicker. We want to be able to access all that data and make use of it. That's buried in all these different sources and silos, and sometimes even in colleagues' minds. That's why we have so many meetings, to make all these decisions. So primarily, we want efficient decision making. Your supply chain is a little more complicated than what I showed you, but even this is pretty basic. So starting materials, you're manufacturing an active ingredient, you're adding excipients to it, manufacture bulk, you have SKUs or SKUs, stock keeping units, identifying the materials at any stage in that development pipeline. Packaging is done by different business partners. That may not be the people who are actually doing the manufacturing, but there's a lot going on here, all the way down to when it shows up on a market where you might have people who are doing long-term forecasting from finance, right? What volumes are we going to sell or move based on the different markets that we're looking at? And for those of you who think of supply chain as warehousing, supply chain logistics, etc., this is not what that's about. It's basically just being able to access the information in this particular pipeline without how long does it take for us to move goods from A to B, or how much do we have in our warehousing. Of course, that could be part of it later, but that's not what the focus of this project was. And your supply chain insights, like I said, it's from many different sources. I only list about 5 of them here. As the project went on, we're not supposed to be on the project for that long, so I probably have about 6 or so months to work on this, but I noticed that our business owner kept adding more and more data sources, right? And that kept getting me worried, because each data source, as you know, you need to either understand it, clean it, figure out exactly what you're going to be doing with it. And that's, for some of these data sources, that's not an easy task. You need to sit down with those SMEs for God knows how long just to understand exactly how they're pulling out the knowledge they have from that. It's never dump the data and give it to an LLM and it just works. So the how, our mission is to unify and organize Boehringer's external supply chain data so it's easily accessible to all, enable supply chain transparency, increase opportunities for efficient decision-making. That decision-making popping up again here. And if you do that, you probably also are able to open up new ways to use that data, and that's what I kind of want to highlight today. A little history. So this project is actually phase 2. It was done about a year and a half ago. And again, the idea had been we're supply chain. This is classical knowledge graph territory. You put all your data together, and they created a knowledge graph, not with Neo4j, I think it was with Stardog. That's the official supplier for the knowledge graphs we're using. But they have this knowledge graph. Not being a semantic engineer myself, I took a course on, just the whole world of triplets, Sparkle, etc., and I found it required quite a bit of time for you to become productive in it, right? But what we did is with that knowledge graph, we've got extracted data from structured data, PDFs, combined from master data. We've got a little UI that's sort of 8 bubbles that you click on depending on what you want. If you remember what I showed you earlier, each of these sections in this pipeline might be of interest to someone else, maybe someone in finance, maybe someone who's just interested in who's doing the manufacturing, etc. But that's how they structured this drill down search. It works, and it works with Sparkle queries. You get tabular results, but you have to be trained to use it, right? And that's where you create a kind of barrier if you have to have people trained to really understand how to use your tool. That's one of the things I was kind of railing against. And we have pre-scripted questions, right? So this is driven by a series of competency questions people want to answer, right? And what they did was they pre-scripted these questions. You've got Sparkle behind the scenes, and it hits your knowledge graph when people click on these questions for a particular product or whatever it is they're searching for. What this can't do is you can't ask questions spanning multiple entities, or there's a little freedom in the kinds of questions you can ask. They're pre-scripted. There's no end-to-end supply chain visualization. That means if I, as a product manager, want to trace my product A, from all the ingredients that go into it, the manufacturers, the suppliers, where they're based, etc., all the way down to the market, I can't really do that without working quite hard in that drill down and collecting that information, right? There's no scenario simulation, like what if? What if our supplier in this location goes down? You can't do that. And the focus was a lot of just retrieval only. There's no analysis or action or actively preventing something from happening with your supply chain. So that manual search for closest predefined questions is a poor user experience. So yeah, we do have something that works, but the vision is you want to move from the way it was before across these, data access, visibility, risk analysis, scenario planning. We did move from, it being fragmented, manual spreadsheets, multi-day fire drills, etc. And we centralized that into the knowledge graph. And yeah, you can do that in a few minutes. You can get whatever you want, but it's still this drill down and the need to be taught how to use it. That knowledge graph is producing tables per entity, and you're assembling it yourself. And things like risk analysis, scenario planning, etc., are not possible on what we currently have. We want to move here. This is our vision, right? Be able to ask in plain language, full end-to-end, origin to shelf, automated graph analytics, and even simulation if that's possible. All right. So the way I want to present this to you is I had a lot of conversations with the SMEs just to figure out what it is they're struggling with. And there was a range of things that people actually wanted to do. That supply chain is pretty extensive, and not everybody's doing the same thing or requiring the same information from it, right? So I picked out just these 4 to start with and focused on that for that POC I wanted to actually do. So we might have someone from regulatory operations specialist, Alice, questions about sites, product exposure, speed, completeness, etc. Bob, product supply manager. This person might need to trace any product's full journey, as I outlined earlier. Marie, supply chain resilience. Where are the weaknesses in our supply chain, right? What are the choke points, etc. And then you might have a portfolio strategy and commercial ops who cares about revenue, risk, etc., the what ifs. And we can walk through each of these use cases to see how that POC kind of addresses this. So what you want to be able to have is, just ask and get. That's the retrieval that the previous tooling, and a lot of the projects we have kind of focus on. But now you can do trace through as well, end to end. You can do health checks and be able to do what if planning as well. And above all, this is what I really, really wanted. It's that usability, so that your users don't have to be trained to use it. It's intuitive, and it's kind of similar to what they're already exposed to in other fields as well. So all 4 workflows depend on that one thing, a knowledge graph schema that captures how our SMEs talk about that supply chain. I'll have a little more to say about this, but it was important for me to capture the mental model of how those products are made, rather than go to an ontology, an official ontology, and try and reuse that terminology. And we'll talk about that a little later on as well. So I wanted SME vocabulary, how they actually talk about it, and not the terminology you have in an official ontology, because when I tried to go through that with them, they too didn't really understand what these standard terms are, right? They have their own language. It's pretty simplified. It's just plain English. They have their terms. So I figured, let's get that SME vocabulary, get that manufacturing flow the way they understand it. It's not written anywhere. A lot of it is in people's heads, and it's fragmented, right? And the business partners, because this business partners is a big thing. It's all the various organizations and companies you work with that do the supply, services, etc. It's a large network. So that schema should have the right node labels. Like I said, I wanted to use the terminology that they use. So if they call it starting material, and some of them call it raw material, SMO for contract manufacturer, etc., you get used to these terms when you spend enough time with them, and you notice that some of them aren't using exactly the same terms, but the worst thing is imposing a terminology on them with an official ontology. That's one of those things where I found none of them talk that way, right? The right relationships, again, plain English, so-and-so supplies this, so-and-so manufactures that, or contains this, and the right properties. Again, same language they're using. If they usually say SKU, PCID, etc., I want that in that schema. And this was the first output of my efforts. It looks pretty simple, but some of these terms got a little tricky. But these are the terms I collected talking to the SMEs and asking them, what's the difference between a substance or an excipient and a component? Because some of these things really sound similar to me. How do I distinguish them? Or distributor versus vendor, company, or can one company play all of these roles? And how do you call the product at the end? Some of them are using drug product or finished product. And again, all of this will exist in, say, IDMP or ontology, but the terms that they're using don't really overlap that well with how our people talk, the people that we're trying to create this for. This was my first attempt. I used, this was end of last year. You notice the coloring there. It's just kind of trying to reflect the terms I picked out from these groupings here. And this basically just captures a little bit of that network. And I wanted this to just be able to answer a couple of those competency questions and see how that works out, right? So again, we come back to these guys. So I got that schema and got the data. It's just a little portion of that data, loaded it. And let's walk through some scenarios here. So with Alice, Regulatory Operations Specialist, let's say the situation is 5:20 p.m., QA flags contaminated magnesium stearate from a supplier. Alice needs every affected product and SKU immediately. We can do that with that drill down, but it takes quite a bit of movement through that drill down. So the idea is natural language, have an LLM, or an agentic approach that hits that knowledge graph or whatever data source you have and is able to answer that without you having to make all this kind of click-through to just answer that one particular question. You'll have to excuse all the editing out here, but I couldn't produce a toy data set to really get through this quickly enough, considering I was still working on this yesterday. So, yes. So we're using actual data, but I went through the SMEs to just kind of, edit out the things that are sensitive here. But this is what the UI actually looks like. And just real quick, you're all familiar with this. It's at the bottom there, but you type in your question, and that's what pops up there. List all products using magnesium stearate. This is the canvas. It's usually blank. And the LLM here can draw on this canvas. That means whatever you ask it, it can throw it onto this canvas, or you can ask it to delete it as well. So it's part of that user experience I was kind of interested in there. And so basically it works. It draws the table and gives you everything you ask for in one shot. Second situation, supply review prep. Bob needs to show his manager the complete supply chain for my cardis. Every partner, site, intermediate, etc. Again, multiple tabs if you go with what we have today with a drill down, and assembling that full picture could be an afternoon's work. But if you have all that information already in that knowledge graph, show the supply chain subgraph for my cardis, that means, just a subgraph from the entire knowledge graph you have. This is unstable, all right? All right, from starting materials to final SKU sold in Germany. And you can get something like that. And the really cool thing here is that there is no limit to what you can do on that front end, because a lot of these components already exist, right? You don't have to be a web developer. You don't have to have any kind of, sophisticated expertise in doing this. It's just, let me try that component. Let me try this component. Does this one do what I want it to do? And sure enough, there's something there that is actually interactive that can give you that entire subgraph for that one particular manager for that one product, right? And you can zoom in, it's all interactive, etc., and even ask follow-up questions on it. Jump to Marie. She's a supply chain resilience lead. Natural disaster is reported in Asia. Marie needs to know immediately which BI manufacturing sites fall within that impact radius. We can't do that today with the solution we have, but if you go ahead and ask this little guy here, you'll probably recognize this. Almost everybody's heard of the Strait of Hormuz. And in this POC, I haven't actually given it geolocation coordinates, right? But it seems to nail it. A lot of that is probably just parametric memory in that LLM, which is pretty interesting there. And again, risk summary alternatives. If you're, well, the question isn't here, but this is the disaster site, right? If you hook this up to any API, and there are quite a few of them, that show you all the disaster scenes, it might be something that the European Zone does, or the UN does, etc. There are quite a few APIs that you can use here to just map out any disaster areas. How serious is it? Does it lie within X radius of the sites that we have? So again, you get that right out of the bat with any number of mapping components that are available with your UI. Which nodes in the supply chain graph have the highest betweenness centrality? So all of that, again, comes out of the box. We can't do that with a solution we have. But because you have this, the data science, graph data science module within Neo4j, you can do all kinds of analysis on your graph that you wouldn't be able to do with what we had before. I'll skip through this, but yeah, it will give you everything. The most critical, the ones that if you take a given site down, you're taking half the graph down with you, etc. But all of this is now visible. It's all insight for free. Or if you want to do things like, given just one product, can you show me all the SKUs in all the markets that we have? Again, straight out of the box. And then the last one here, geopolitical events, elevated risk in key API supplier region, which cash cow products are exposed? The Indian government restricts ammonia exports, right? Ammonia is a starting material for some product, used in some product Y. BI has 3 months of stock. Which products are affected? Again, you can do this kind of thing again, right? It will list all the SKUs that have a dependency on ammonia or for which it's a component. Sorry about all the editing, but I think you get the general idea now, right? Okay. And you can also do the usual stuff, generate a report of my, of course, this time I actually just generated this, but there's an actual report behind this that I just pasted over it so that I don't expose all this. And yeah, but Arcanium supply chain, etc. You can have an executive summary, how many SKUs are affected, etc. What substances are involved. All of that just comes free out of the box. If we go under the hood, this is basically what it looks like. I try to be as, each one of these columns are a repository. I try to be as modular as possible. Is that a warning for me? All right, and the bits I'd like to kind of just draw your attention to is this was pretty useful, this AGUI. That's the Agent User Interface Protocol. That's how this agentic framework here, I used Google ADK, connects to that front end. That means that you don't have tooling just from this back end here, the usual MCP tooling or API calls, etc. What you can do now is you can use tooling in the front end. That means you can create tools that do all that mapping, all that use of the components you just saw, and that LLM knows because it speaks AGI, and so does your front end there. And then here, this is where that Neo4j comes in. Everything you see here is all open source. The Neo4j I actually used is just the community edition. Of course, this is a POC, so this will have to change the minute we want to scale up on the data that we're using. The next steps. All right. There's a lot to this project, but I just picked these 4 things that I thought I would talk about. It's incomplete. We still have a couple of months. And I'm not entirely sure if we can go from POC to product as quickly as I would like it to go. But we're going to give it a shot anyway. So like I said, ontology versus SME vocabulary. I went for SME vocabulary. I did a lot of that with a human, with a coding agent, and we're going to move from POC to hardening, mostly because I'd already been thinking ahead, right? It wasn't just POC, you throw it away. I was thinking, if this actually works, how do we convert this into a hardened product, production-ready product? I'll have a few things to say about that. And the data quality and maturity, I think you can already guess that this is probably 80% of the work. It is a real showstopper. And at times it has me thinking, why did I get myself into this? But I have to actually work on that, because if we don't solve that, then none of the stuff you saw is actually possible, right? And then, of course, hallucinations and trust. This pops up whenever you're using LLMs. So the next thing we did was we called on Conrad, Alex, and Keys from Neo4j to team up with the SMEs to give me something that reflected the reality versus my little toy project. And that's what we did as the first step. The next one was, she doesn't look like me, but that's basically me, right? Working with a coding agent. There's a lot to say here, and maybe it will come up later on, but because you have a coding agent doesn't mean everything suddenly becomes easy, right? There's a lot, if you do this in a really structured way, I won't jump into that unless people actually want to know that. It is actually possible to build something that is hardened and resilient enough, and you're mostly doing this by focusing on tests, integration tests, unit tests, etc., to make sure that this little guy here doesn't drift off and start doing things that it thinks are helpful, but just completely ruin your whole setup. So you can really get a lot out of this if you do it in a very structured way and make sure you have checkpoints all along the way. And then there's a lot of data issues, but I just wanted to draw your attention to this particular one. One of the most important things about a supply chain is knowing where your suppliers and manufacturers, where everything's coming from, right? You can't have a virtual address, you can't have a PO box. You have to have a physical address where people can trace you down if you get any contaminated ingredients, or if there's something that you need to be traced back to, or whatever the case might be. So this is actually pretty important. But the problem was, if you have so many data sources, they all have different ways of recording all these addresses, right? And what we call master data within BI seem to have been built by combining all of these data sources. So you wind up with all of these different data types identified here. Identical records across different source systems, you can kind of collapse that. What you're really interested in, even it's just the entity itself, the physical entity. But that physical entity, because of all the different sources, sometimes has one MDG ID, that master data ID, representing various spellings of a similarly named company or sometimes a different company. There's all kinds of reasons why this happens. And then type 3, you have 3 IDs representing one entity. So really, all you want is, can I just get this entity and ignore what is supposed to be a unique ID but isn't? This is a real mess. You've got about 1 million records that you have to sift through to correct this. I won't talk about exactly how we did that now, but that's one of the major things. And then here, I've been concerned with the whole, how can you trust what your LLM is giving you back, right? And I'm using these LLMs in different ways. I'm using them like units of intelligence, semantic intelligence. You can do a lot with them, but the problem is, how do you know what they're giving you back isn't hallucinated? Well, they're much better than they used to be, but there's still a probability that it's going to hallucinate. And one of the things I was experimenting with is, what if you give two LLMs the same question, and you are interested only in highly structured data, which is exactly what we're doing here, right? A lot of that data is highly structured. So if you give them the same instruction, same question, and you ask them to actually give you a response, there's a probability that these keys and values are going to match. If they match, great. You go into you can trust that the output of that unit. The reason being that if you actually use that probability of being wrong, probability of it being correct, and you combine those two probabilities, you can actually drive down the probability that it's going to be wrong in this way. And if you add a third one, that almost just saturates it out. You can be almost 99% certain that if they match, that it's actually the correct output. And I thought, all right, yeah, so I don't need a judge here. I want this to be deterministic, right? Because that way you don't introduce more uncertainty because you have an LLM judge. Now it's just a deterministic comparison. And the way it works out is actually pretty beautiful. And you're not going to eliminate hallucinations, but you can really drive down your probability of it being, if you assemble them this way, the probability of you getting the wrong result there. So this is something I have actually implemented just a few weeks ago. It's in a little component that I call the address splitter, but you're processing, maybe 50,000 addresses. Some of them are concatenated, some of them are incomplete, etc. You can send it through this to just give you a structured output that I then send over to a resolver, and we won't go into the details of how that works, but this has been my struggle for the past few weeks to just solve this data issue before I go back to what I really want to do, which is harden that front end so that you can give it to users to start using. But what I had so far seemed to have gotten pretty good responses from the SMEs. I had them walk through it with the competency questions we had, and one of them really got excited about the ability to plot that subgraph because it's something apparently they've been trying to do for a while. So you pretty much get quite a lot by focusing on that, all the different things you can do with the graph itself, the Neo4j graph. There's a lot in there if you can organize your data well enough and reflecting the problem that you're actually working on. The rest of it is really just how creative are you in assembling something around it to use that data to solve all those problems. So, yeah, shorter path to decision making, and Alice retrieves in one sentence, Bob visualizes any product journey, Marie diagnoses weaknesses before they matter, and Pierre simulates futures. So that's as far as we've gotten so far. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mambe.
Right.
Thank you for this very entertaining presentation. I saw the audience taking a lot of pictures and smiling here and there. I think there are a lot of questions. Please put them on Slido so that we can answer them after the presentation. So here's the QR code. Leave that here until we have Jonathan dialed in. Is Jonathan already there? There he is. Jonathan, hello. Good to see you. You are still on mute.
Good afternoon, Alex.
Good morning to Boston. Thanks for joining us here. Hope you listened to the presentation of Mambe as well. So super excited to hear about your story. And as I said, maybe in the beginning, Jonathan used to work for Pfizer, and he's now with his own company, Amalgo LLC, and he's done some really cool stuff with Neo4j. Don't want to spoil too much, and heading it over to you. Super excited.
Thanks so much, Alex. So hello, everyone. I'm Jonathan Lowe. I have built context graphs and AI automations that saved time and money. This talk demystifies those concepts with real operations data and use cases. As Alex said, at Pfizer, I ran a team of 200 people that connected 2 terabytes of data in Neo4j to unite the operations of 20,000 shop floor workers, quality lab analysts, supply chain planners, and lean manufacturing leaders across 35 global sites. Now I run a startup called Amalgo that helps manufacturing companies turn connected data into insights and savings. So, speaking of savings, are any of you trying to achieve gains like these in your operations? There are savings in both time and money, like 29% faster throughput and gross profit up 10%. Would you be surprised to hear that a single operational change can drive all of these improvements? The change is how fast you resolve deviations. In case you're new to quality assurance, any deviation from standard operating procedure, like finding a spider in a pill jar, requires an investigation. To be clear, deviations are not only about insects. Investigations happen for all deviations, from minor paperwork mistakes to major equipment failures. But the regulatory expectation is that you will open an investigation to find the root cause, correct the problem, and apply preventive actions, all within 30 days of discovery. Let's dig more into that. In case, charting the 30-day target reveals the human nature behind investigations. In this chart, the x-axis measures the number of days to close an investigation, and the y-axis measures how many investigations got closed on that day over, for instance, a year's worth of investigations. Can you interpret what's happening here? People often procrastinate until just before the deadline to close their investigations, or they miss the deadline altogether, creating a long tail of late investigations. Even with human nature, though, if a QA team closes 75% of their investigations within, let's say, 10 days, rather than the traditional 30 days, the metric impact is surprisingly significant. The chart on the right shows how a 10% increase in gross profit looks for a small molecule operation with 8 products, 2 sites, and 1 distribution hub, tracked over 18 months of demand. For that period, gross profit is $730 million higher, with a 10-day investigation target versus a 30. So a 10% gain in gross profit is a bold claim, I admit, and I wouldn't blame you for feeling skeptical. Let's talk about why reduced investigation closure time has such a big impact on supply chain metrics. It's more straightforward than you might think. The answer is simply that an investigation is a freeze on physical inventory. Here's how that freeze ripples through 8 different metrics for that same 8 product, 2 site, 1 hub, 18-month example we talked about a moment ago. Wave 1 is direct holding effects. The batches impacted by investigations can't be released until their investigations close. A 30-day target freezes each batch cohort 3 times longer than a 10-day target. That triples the standing pool of frozen, unsellable inventory. This directly inflates inventory holding costs, as you would expect, and it impacts internal throughput time, also known as per batch internal cycle time. A batch caught in an investigation accrues the entire hold as throughput time, but shorter holds shrink both the mean and the 90th percentile tail. Wave 2, oh, I'm sorry, here we go. So wave 1, inventory holding and internal throughput time. That's a direct impact of the shorter or longer investigation and the freeze. Wave 2 is the bullwhip amplifier, where frozen upstream inventory starves the downstream warehouse, which fires expedited orders. The scheduler reacts by overproducing to refill the temporary holes. Despite that overproduction, when a batch cohort is frozen for 30 days, the orders waiting on that material miss their delivery targets, creating late penalties. With 10-day investigations, batches return to the inventory in time to ship, more often than with a 30-day. So you can see here the late penalties and the expedite orders being impacted by the bullwhip amplifier. Wave 3 is the overproduction echo. The more you make, the more it costs. More raw materials cost, more QC testing cost, more scrap waste, and more batches scrapped. So shorter investigations run the recipe fewer times because the scheduler isn't chasing inventory it didn't really need. In short, cutting the target from 30 to 10 days deflates the entire cascade of waves. You'll also notice in the lower right corner how internal process lead time average per order hardly changes at all. Why is that? It's because order lead time is dominated by structural regional transit windows of 18 to 56 days, which investigation duration can't touch. So this transit bound metric isn't impacted by the frozen WIP. By the way, I'm using a lot of supply chain terms. I know that as an audience, you know a lot about it already, but if you're not familiar with the bullwhip effect, you can learn a lot about it, as I have, from Transcentis Consulting, a German firm run by Oliver Grassel that uses graph technology to model supply chain processes right in your backyard. Okay, the metrics suggest that reducing investigation time has a solid return on investment. So how do we speed up investigations? The lever we're talking about today is automation, getting a machine to do tasks that humans used to do, but faster. To automate investigations, we have to know what current ones look like. So let's start with their workflow. All biopharma companies manufacturing in the same country have to follow the same regulations. The regulations specify outcomes without dictating specific workflows. You've got to achieve immediate triage, written records, root cause identification, impact checks, and CAPAs, or corrective and preventive actions. How you achieve that is up to your company or site. As an example, here's one company's 30-day sequential investigation workflow for a bioreactor pH deviation. Let's step through it because we're going to use this as a reference for the whole talk. In this example, the workflow has 4 main phases. First is discovery, where someone observes the deviation and logs it and assigns an investigator. The second is investigation, where the investigator figures out what happened. The third is impact. The QA team takes an inventory of which batches are involved. And the fourth is CAPA. The QA team corrects the problem and makes process adjustments to prevent it from happening again. Then managers approve and close the investigation. Again, another company or site investigating this same deviation might follow a different set of phases than this example, as long as they satisfy those regulatory outcomes. Within the 4 phases, QA teams typically try to follow the same sequence of steps regardless of the type of deviation. For instance, the company where this example came from specifies 9 steps for a minor deviation at the top and 13 steps for a major deviation at the bottom. So they don't require kappa for minor deviations. These are the paths they would love to follow if everything goes smoothly. But everything doesn't always go smoothly. Here's an example of a real investigation requiring many retries and reviews until, at last, after 34 steps and 51 days, it was finally closed. I share this because unpredictable workflows like this one are both common in investigation processing and have made investigations hard to automate prior to the rise of AI. Now let's look at people. The red circles highlight all the different roles involved in conducting just this one example investigation. We've got operators, supervisors, QA folks, investigators, the various folks on the team, the engineering manager, a QA director. The radial org chart highlights individual people filling those roles for one investigation, and it illustrates the need for coordination across departmental reporting lines. The different colors in the radial chart show different departments, and you can see that there are people across many of them. Experience also matters a lot when assigning people to investigations. If the deviation impacts high-value batches, the manager might want people with longer tenure to conduct the investigation. As with workflow, this complex staffing has also been challenging to automate in the past. In fact, some companies may not even release tenure information about their employees, and you just have to hope that the managers know over time who's been there the longest. But the challenges of managing investigations came before the latest big idea, which is, wait for it, context graphs. Late in December 2025, Jaya Gupta and Ashu Garg of Frontier Capital published a viral article titled AI's Trillion-Dollar Opportunity, Context Graphs. They say true autonomy, meaning AI agents taking actions, requires a history of contextual information about past decisions. Our systems of record already capture a history of what happened, but to make smart decisions, AI agents need context on why it happened. They're not talking about new technology, just about a particular type of data stored in a graph database for use by AI agents. And I would say for humans in the loop. But this article is about automation with agents. They categorize this data as either rules that tell the agent what should happen in general and decision traces, how rules were applied in the past for specific cases. It's the decision traces where the exceptions are and precedents live. Decision traces can pull data from human interactions, like meeting minutes or text chats, but they really could come from anywhere, including tacit knowledge in people's heads. The table gives 2 examples of rules and exceptions, such as a severity classification rule in the top row and a case where it did not apply. And in a context graph, there would be many, many, many of these examples of where it did or did not apply. To better illustrate the concept, though, let's look at a sequence of real-world events and how we might capture them in a context graph. Start with the real-world event on 2025, November 8th. Tessa Scanlon noted excessive vibration in the BPE 750, causing loose fasteners and inconsistent seals on several batches of pharmaceuticals. So in a context graph, we could capture this story in 6 nodes and 5 relationships: people, process, events, equipment, material, and the connections between them. Next, another real-world event happens. We get the assessing process. The seal issue may affect product effectiveness, so all impacted batches are quarantined for investigation on 2025, November 9th, by A. Dean Walters. We build the new nodes and relationships on the existing ones. Both batches get quarantined. But then there's an exception. One batch is taken out of quarantine early because it's an ingredient to an expedited downstream recipe. This happens sometimes. We manufacture at risk. And in this example, we've added a process order node to request that the expedited batch be expedited, and we've updated one of the quarantines relationships with new properties. But there are many different ways to capture that exception. This is just to illustrate the concept. I'm wondering, with this concept, are you seeing the same thing that I'm seeing about this context graphs idea? As much as people agree that the concept will inevitably be implemented, they also recognize that the majority of contextual data is not yet captured. So the rise of context graphs will be gradual. This isn't just me seeing this or you seeing this, others have as well. Dharmesh Shah, the HubSpot CTO and co-founder, commented that building up a context graph was like installing a 3-car garage before owning a car. Not very strong support there. Even the article's author, Jaya Gupta, observed in an interview that some Fortune 50 companies might not have the data maturity to be ready for context graphs. But in highly regulated industries like biopharma, we have a special head start. Consider 2 popular software tools, TrackWise and Viva, that support QA investigations. For years, both of these tools have been quietly capturing context data to inform audits. This graph diagram shows what they've captured. In orange and yellow at the bottom, the people responsible for discovery, investigation, and approval. In blue, in the middle, the process steps and their dates from observation to investigation to closure. In pink, near the top, text descriptions of what happened, the root cause, the severity, the kappa, and the effectiveness check related to the processes that generated them. In purple, at the upper right, the impacted batches and materials. That's rich context data. It's time to get to work on our automation challenge using this data. Let's take advantage of the context graph data and AI to redesign the traditional investigation workflow we looked at earlier. Is there any reason these phases and steps taking 30 days have to take 30 days? I talked to Amy Harp, founder of Sakara Digital and a deep expert in quality operations. Amy assured me that process change and automation could dramatically reduce investigation time. She also encouraged enabling investigators to focus on investigations rather than being spread across many other processes. I highly recommend, I highly recommend talking to Amy about quality operations if this is something you think can be improved in your organization. So we'll explore some automation approaches for each phase, starting with discovery. The budget for discovery is traditionally 1 to 3 days. Automation could trim it to 1 day. Investigations can be triggered by a system rather than a human. Agents can assign an investigator and fill out some forms automatically. And let's see what one biopharma company has done to fast-track investigator assignment. So automatically assigning investigators to investigations rather than picking them manually or using a round-robin system requires some way of evaluating investigator performance. Each deviation is unique and each investigation is different, so how can you score an investigator's work? One way is timely closure. If the target closure time is 30 days, any investigation that takes longer reduces its investigator's score. The best investigators close 100% of their investigations on time. This app tracks that score, as you can see in the second from right, or the second from the far right column. Investigators usually own multiple investigations at the same time. More concurrent investigations eventually result in more late closures. The old adage about if you want to get something done, ask a busy person actually isn't true statistically. We can analyze each investigator's closure history to see what their investigation capacity is and try not to overload them above that level. This app also tracks capacity for each investigator. Then AI can detect whether an investigator is over capacity and identify the best alternate investigators to reassign for better balance. The recommendations to shift 2 investigators to other people appear here. Timely closure stats also tell us what kinds of deviations each investigator is better at or worse at investigating. In the side panel here, we see how timely Teagan-Corley has been when investigating different categories of deviation or when the impacted batches were of a certain kind of material. If I were scrolling down in the live application, you'd see several other ways of categorizing his effectiveness for different sorts of investigation qualities. Using these stats, when new deviations happen, an AI can assign them to investigators who have the best timely closure history with similar deviations or materials or whatever the category might be. Initial investigator assignments may not be a good fit if done manually or using round robin, so AI can recommend reassignment to another investigator who exhibited past timely closure for a given type of deviation. Clicking on the red reassignment button shows the manager some ranked choices for alternate investigator assignments. So here we're saying Aideen Walters might be replaced by Roy Cody on this particular investigation, and we see why Roy is perhaps better suited. Now, you might wonder how this actually worked in a real situation. So what kind of impact does an application like this have? The Manufacturing Leadership Council of the National Association of Manufacturers recognized Michelle Ong's innovative work on AI to assign investigations not only to the most capable investigators, but as evenly as possible across a team, rather than overloading some and underutilizing others. Michelle built and deployed the Equalizer app you've just seen to a site's investigators. This site assigned new investigations from a round-robin list and wanted to opt in to Michelle's app, leaving it to the manager to decide whether or not to reassign investigators based on the app's suggestions. Very much a human-in-the-loop experiment. Historically, on-time investigation closure at that site had been steadily below the 80% target, so they had a lot of late investigations. After going live, Michelle noticed that the percent of investigations closed on time began fluctuating up and down. Of course, being a data scientist, she was curious. She wanted to know why, so she cross-referenced investigator reassignment to on-time closure percentage week over week. The pattern is pretty clear. Can you see it? For each team she tracked, when managers took the time to reassign investigators, on-time closure improved. But as time passed, the round-robin assignments made closure less timely again. So Michelle wanted not only to see that reassignment was effective in increasing on-time closure, but why it was happening. So she added data about when the managers used her application. And again, a clear correlation emerged. Manufacturers were using her tool for reassignment guidance, and when they applied it, investigations got done on time. This is a good one if you're trying to promote the use of digital tools in general in your application, not just tracking the improvements, but tracking how your applications were part of the solution to getting those improvements. So what's the obvious next step based on Michelle's graph? If the QA managers agreed, the team could replace round-robin assignments with an AI agent that uses Michel's algorithm. Of course, leave the manager the option to change the assignment, but start with a data-driven assignment based on history and capacity. Back to our automation plan. Next is the investigation phase. How can we reduce the time from 9 days to 3 days? A larger move that opens up numerous downstream automation opportunities is to connect data across the organization in a knowledge graph or to model operations in a digital twin. This is a major undertaking, but with big benefits. There isn't time today to do this topic justice, but focusing just on our investigation story, connected data creates ripple effects. For example, if your engineering data knows which sensors are in which equipment, and your planning data knows which equipment processed which batches, and your operations data knows who ran the equipment that day, and your supply chain data knows what material each batch is made of, and your QC data knows which batches failed which tests, and if all this data already exists in systems of record already running in most biopharma operations, ERPs, LIMS, QMS, CMMS, HCM, then when all that data is connected, anomaly detection uses relevant filtered data to get more accurate comparisons. For instance, any sensor reading can automatically be compared to past sensor data just for that equipment, processing just that same material, even run by just that same crew. So when QC asks why this batch failed a test, the connected data can immediately and confidently isolate relevant, anomalous sensor readings to pinpoint the root cause. There's so much more to say about knowledge graphs, but let's move on with the few minutes that we have left to look at the impact phase. How do we reduce it from 8 days to 3 days? Most quality organizations require a historical review of similar deviations in case past resolutions can inform the current investigation. When done manually, this research can take a lot of time and still be incomplete. AI has become very good at detecting phrases with similar meanings. A proven time-saving approach to historical review is to use a technique called sentence embedding on all past investigation documentation, then use an AI capability called similarity detection to rank the most relevant past investigations by meaning, not keyword, to a current one. In this example, the investigator described the deviation very loosely in just one sentence. We found mold growing within a chamber of the tablet press in our Ireland plant. The application returns a ranked list of prior similar deviations and investigation outcomes, and then investigators can scan for relevant insights of any of those returned deviations and investigations much more quickly than they could in a manual search. Okay, we're almost there. Last but not least, the CAPA and approvals. AI can help us shave 10 days down to 3 days in a couple of ways. Again, CAPA stands for corrective actions and preventive actions. Part of setting effective CAPAs is understanding the root cause of a deviation, so let's start there. The same AI similarity search capability that helped with historical review also helps create a list of probable root causes, ranked by likelihood, as illustrated here. Knowing the root cause guides establishment of CAPAs, and AI can help with that too. But first, it's worth noting that our industry is facing a crisis of expertise. The average worker tenure is shrinking dramatically. A study by LNS Research says average tenure was 20 years before the pandemic, and by 2023 had dropped to just 3 years, and that this is experienced by the majority of manufacturers. This matters a lot for setting CAPAs because experience tells an analyst what has worked best in the past. Fortunately, even junior workers can quickly establish CAPAs based on the same AI similarity search capability we used in historical review and root cause suggestions. By digesting all past CAPAs for similar deviations, AI can list and rank potential CAPAs for a new deviation, giving both junior and senior quality analysts a starting selection rather than a blank page. We can also reduce investigation time by routing the approvals automatically and intelligently. This algorithm is complex and difficult to illustrate, but here's a general idea. With context from prior investigations in our graph, an AI can see which sequence of approvers closed investigations most efficiently in the past. Then, like a generative AI large language model, making sentences statistically, word by word, an AI agent can route each step of an investigation to the most efficient next person from the pool. Availability, tenure, subject matter, and severity of the deviation also play into that algorithm, but the context of prior approval chains is a necessary ingredient and is all part of the context data already captured by tools like TrackWise and Viva. So now we have an automation plan for reducing investigation closure times from 30 days to 10 days. If those automations reduce investigation closure time and still satisfy all the regulations, we win. Because even if we can't hit investigation closure targets as ambitious as 10 days, any reduction will increase our gross profit, reduce our cycle times, and boost our delivery reputation. In summary, using context graph data to drive a unified AI automation plan in conjunction with process improvements will get medicines to patients faster. Here's contact information if you're interested in discussing any of these topics further. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much for your presentation. I think we have time for 2 questions. Mambe, if you come up on stage and we just pick 2 questions here, one for Mambe, one for Jonathan. What do you do if vocabulary is different between SMEs?
Have them battle it out.
Okay.
Actually, I made sure that I wasn't just working with one SME or 2. I got 3 and possibly even a 4th. For the most part, even if the vocabulary is different, they understand what they're saying. But for all 3 of them, it was harder for them to understand the official IDMP ontology when you pick out a term to try and describe something. So I'll just pick the one that maybe 2 or more of them actually use because they still understand it.
Yeah, and this is how you do it at the moment, right?
Yeah,
Might be different at some
in a few weeks from now.
Yeah, exactly. Let's take the question here with Celonis. I think that goes to all. Let's take one from Katerina. Jonathan, using AI in production is not allowed yet to my knowledge. Just a question. And why is AI necessary to reveal OOT values? Isn't there a simple deterministic model sufficient?
Oh, that's a great question. Why isn't AI... Alex, could you give me that part of the question at the end again?
Sure.
About OOT?
Isn't there a simple deterministic model sufficient? And why is AI necessary to reveal OOT values?
OOT standing in this case for?
Oh, that is a good question. I don't know.
I don't.
Out of trend. So Sebastian says out of trend values.
Ah, okay. Why is AI necessary? So, to be fair, AI is a very broad term. I tried to focus on the use of AI as a broad term with the benefit of context graph data. But if we think of AI as only large language models, you're quite right, Katerina. I mean, we've been recognizing out of context trends with traditional statistical methods, machine learning, non-LLM type AI for a long time. So if the thing that's precluded in your organization is use of large language models, you could certainly do the work without them.
All right, cool. So let's take a coffee for the further question for Jonathan. Reach out to him on LinkedIn. I think, Jonathan, you showed your email address, so feel free. Thank you both for the great presentations. Was Very, very interesting. And we have some time for coffee, and then there's a little wrap up with some product features and live demos. Are we good?
Yes, perfect.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. Speak very soon. No, some people are just grabbing some coffee. So we have our last session. Hope you enjoyed the day so far. We have now two internal Neo4j speakers. Niels is the product manager for dashboards and what is called now Studio. And Jean-Marc is one of my colleagues in the team, being a GenAI specialist. And they will show you some things live, or kind of the concept. We just said, like, we keep some questions afterwards with the drinks, so we have some drinks here for the local people. The other people in the dialed in virtually, they can ask questions via Slido, and we try to answer them in the next couple of hours or days. So without further ado, handing over to you, and let's give us a little demo of what we are capable of.
Cool, thanks. Can you hear me all right? All right. Cool. Yeah, nice to see you all. I know it's late, so we'll try to keep it short so we can go to the drinks. So my name is Niels. I'm a part of the product management team at Neo4j. And what I do is this area here. So this morning, Alex, very briefly, do I have feedback on my mic, or no? We're good? Okay, so this morning, Alex very briefly told us about the different parts of the Neo4j ecosystem. And this is where I live mostly, on the tooling side. So we have a bunch of tools you may have used, including the browser, Bloom, dashboards, but also some of the newer ones like Data Importer, Document Intelligence, modeling. What we also do is, for example, drivers or even APIs. So this is all part of kind of the tooling that makes the graph database usable. Right. So I want to look a little bit forward based on where we are today and what the plans are for Neo4j as a company and where we want to go with tools. And I think whether you like AI or not, right, we have to admit this is the reality of things, the future of tools. It will be agents using it alongside of humans. It will definitely not be only agents. I think it might be a 50-50 thing. But we need to make tools that can be usable by agents. Just last week, I was speaking to the documentation team at Neo4j. They were having a little existential crisis, saying, are we writing docs for humans, or are we writing docs for an agent to just crawl through? And it's the truth, right? If you are testing a new product today, many people are lazy. They'll just point an agent at it, say, go figure it out, right? I don't want to bother reading documentation. So yeah, let's embrace that, and let's build products that work both for agents and for humans, right? So on the left, we have the traditional tools that you've all been using, browser, data modeling, which we are, of course, also investing heavily in. We're making this better, easier to use. We're hooking them up together. And what we're doing now, starting actually last month, is we're combining these tools into a single suite, which we call the Studio. So the Studio is just a wrapper of the existing tools that work nicely together. Then on the right side of things, we are talking about the agents, and agents don't use UIs. They like to use APIs and MCP servers, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, I think Jean-Marc will show more on that side. But I think we have to have these side by side. And of course, they might intertwine as well. So an agent might generate a dashboard, which then a human will view, right? So this is really how we're looking at tools this year. And what this means in practice is that we're doing a lot more API-first development and making things work for both of these consumers. So then a little bit about Studio. So this is what I just said, right? We're thinking about our tools a little bit differently. People don't usually use one tool. They don't usually use browser, dashboards, query. They're using a package of them, and they are equally important. So what we've done is we've bundled this up, called it Studio, and put this in our three main deployment scenarios. On the one side here, there's desktop, which is our offering for individuals to try on your local machine, set up some stuff, run some Neo4j. So you've got all the tools, but you're always working alone. You're always playing by yourself. You're testing, right? So this is, of course, super important, but this is not what enterprises need. Enterprises would like to work in a collaborative environment that's more secure. And then we've got two options here for the enterprise side. There's Aura, which is our cloud offering, which has the same tools as desktop, but a little bit more. We've got agents, we've got document intelligence coming soon. And the big advantage of Aura is then you've got these collaborative functions. You can work on dashboards together. You can share them with each other. And what we've now done as well, and this is something that's available July 2026, which is yesterday, is the self-managed side of things, which we call Enterprise Studio. So people that have used self-managed Neo4j, they had to install Bloom before, they had to install NeoDash before, they had the browser. Right now, you just have one thing that you install. You run it once, it all works together. So I'll do a little bit of a demo on the studio. But yeah, so what we're effectively trying to do is build the same tools, ship them everywhere, and make you use them. All right. Yeah, so as I said, the difference here in what people used to do before and what they do now, instead of running all these things separately, keeping them up to date, you just have one thing that you update once, can talk to multiple Neo4j instances. It uses the same functionality base. It has the same visualization software. It's kind of the same package, right? And on the bottom one here, I think this is also very important, more on the technical side, the tools all store objects in the same way. So a dashboard and a Bloom perspective and a query and a model, those are all stored in the same way. They're shared in the same way, and you can interact with that in the same way. So quickly, before I go into the demo, where we are with the 3 main tools today. So this is the Neo4j browser. So if you've used Neo4j, there's a 99% chance you've seen this, right? This is the classic UI for data loading, for doing some simple querying. And what we've done with the browser, and you'll see this in a bit, we're doing some changes to the layout. So we're making a tabbed view, which is more similar to an IDE. We've improved the visualization a lot, which is now using NVL. And we're also building AI copilots, which means writing natural language and converting that to Cypher, which is really quite cool. And then the browser also stores Cypher queries, safe ciphers, that then also are in Studio, and that you can eventually also share with other people. On the Bloom side, we've also been making a lot of updates. The way that styling works, theming is being simplified. The concept of perspectives is being worked on. And also Bloom is getting a lot of improvement in terms of collaboration and sharing. So it's much easier to share your explorations with other people and groups. On the dashboard side, which is my main product here, we've also been doing a lot of work on interactivity. We even have a feature now to generate an entire dashboard with AI, which is very cool. I'll show that in a little bit. But again, making dashboards, putting that in the hands of not only technical people, but also this more citizen analyst roles. All right. So with that said, I would like to ask to play the video, and I'll do a quick demo. I was not brave enough to do it live, so I'll just talk over the video, but it's me. I did this 2 days ago. Right, so what I did here is I wanted to show you how Studio works with all the tools combined. So what I'm doing is I'm uploading a bunch of CSV files into our data modeling tool, and then I'm asking AI to generate a model for me. So this is a feature that we built a couple months ago. So let's see if I can find the button. Yeah, I think I'm here. I'm just inspecting the different tables to show you what the data looks like. This is a supply chain data set, right? So then I clicked to generate a data model. Instead of giving it instructions, I went for the going in blind mode and said to the AI, you figure out the data model. So what it's now doing is it's inspecting the schema, it's looking at the data, and it's going to come up with a model very, very slowly. It should take about 15 seconds because it's trying to look at the schema, do some sampling. And you'll see in a little bit, hopefully, that this will make a very nice model that combines all these different data sources in a graph. Here we go. Right, so here's my supply chain data set. We've got products that follow recipes. Products are made in batches. Suppliers supply the products, and then distributors are distributing the products. So it made a very nice data model completely automatically. It created indexes and constraints as well. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on Run Import on the top right. There we go. And then I'm going to choose my instance, and I'm going to let Neo4j completely handle the transformation from the CSV files to a graph, which, if you've ever done this before, is quite a lot of tweaking with Cypher, and now it's basically being done completely automatically here from the UI. So this should take about, I think, a couple, like half a minute or something. There we go. All right, so it has just loaded all my data. So it automatically generated the Cypher based on the CSV files. And you can even inspect that and see the Cypher that it generated. It made some constraints, which is all very cool. I've not written any Cypher yet. And now I'm going to jump into query and actually look at the data. So usually when I try Neo4j, the first thing that I want to do after a data load is inspect what I've done. So I'm going to use the text-to-cipher feature here. This generates a cipher query based on natural language. And you'll see here that it's using, I just type database schema, which is figured out, then that means this cipher query. Then you can indeed validate that the data was loaded exactly as the model had specified, which is, of course, nice. Text-to-cipher, if you ever use this in Aura, this has been improved a lot recently. So the way that cipher queries are generated is currently using a multi-hop agentic flow. So the queries are becoming much, much better. And you also see the new UI here in browser, right? So you see a different view. It's more based on an IDE tabbed experience. All right. Good. So I'm again using the text-to-cipher generation here. And in this case, I'm writing a little bit slightly more interesting query, starting with something simple like the names of suppliers. And again, it's going to look at the schema, create a query automatically, and then I can see the different suppliers here that have supplied the different products. I can also ask a little bit more difficult questions. Maybe I want to look at some statistics. In this case, number of batches for each product, brand. And you'll see here that the AI has figured out then how to convert that into a valid cipher query. And then I can see that in this case, these are all fake products, but that one has been produced the most. Yeah. This is your data set, Alex. Do you recognize it? Yeah. Yeah. All right. So still, I have not written any code. Then I'm going into Bloom and just want to explore the graph with some free-form exploration. So in Bloom, you have this nice interface where you can type graph patterns. So you're just writing natural language, which then gets converted into a logical pattern matching query. In this case, recipe and a product, and then I want to inspect the product that I just selected, so the product with the most batches. With Bloom, that's then also going to create a graph, which I can then look at. I can inspect the nodes, see what the recipe is, and see what the different products are. And the nice thing about Bloom is that you can have this free-form exploration where you can take any node, you can then right-click it, and walk outwards and see what else is connected and kind of explore your graph as you go. And you can go as many levels deep as you'd like to, as you want to go. All right. Yeah, and if you haven't used Bloom before, there are also other things in here, like running algorithms. You can use graph layouts. It's got a lot of really nice visualization capabilities for graphs. Yeah, in this case, it's not really hierarchical data, but you can see some nice patterns here by viewing the graph in different ways. All right, so then I'm going into dashboards, and I would really like to generate a dashboard based on the data that was just loaded. So this is our new AI dashboard generation, which will look at your data, and then it will give you some suggestions for dashboards that you can create. So it gave me 3 kind of pre-cooked suggestions based on the model. I'm just going to select one of those and see what it produces. So what it's going to do now is create a plan. It's going to create a layout for a dashboard based on that requirement that I put in. And then you can inspect that layout before you have it generate all the queries automatically. All right, so this is now the dashboard shape that it has estimated. So it's going to create some summaries, some filters, some different chart types. And it all looks pretty good to me, so I'm just going to click Create. And what it's going to do now, again, using an LLM, it's going to build that page, combine the different queries, and structure them in a dashboard for you. All right, here we go. So this is the dashboard that it then has completely created autonomously, looking at how the different batches are produced over time, which locations are slowest in producing batches, some tables, and you see it has even created some filters here, like it has in this case, created a compliance page where you can select a different location and then a generation of a certain drug that it's creating. So it's actually it's working pretty well, just out of the box. Of course, there will need to be a human that can then inspect and build on this dashboard. But as a first step, it's actually quite powerful for example, a business user to inspect their data. So finally, I'm going to create an agent. Again, I'm very lazy. I'm going to use AI to generate an agent. Again, going in blind, it's going to look at the model, look at the schema, and create an agent configuration. And what an agent effectively is a combination of tools. So you'll see here in a little bit, it's going to have different tools to run different cipher queries on the database, and then give you a chatbot where you can use that agent. Right. So here it has created an agent to give insights on products, which has these tools auto-generated, and each of these tools has a cipher query behind it. And then I can immediately start trying out the agent and ask questions. In this case, I'm asking about the same product that we had before, and the agent's now going to select the best possible tool for the job. So what it's doing here is it's choosing the natural language decipher tool, which means that it couldn't find a correct tool from the list. So I have to nudge the agent and tell him the word that I said is a brand name. And you'll see now that the agent is aware of, okay, I need to actually use this tool because the user is asking for a brand name. So still a little bit of nudging, but you'll see it autonomously then decides, okay, yeah, I need to use this tool to answer the question, right? And you'll see here in a little bit then this runs a cipher query in the background and then gives you kind of a textual response based on the question that I asked. So we've really spent a lot of time here pulling this together, especially for first-time users. The barrier is now very, very low to load data, ask the first questions. Of course, you need to do some work yourself, but all these AI tools are really helping users get started with Neo4j and then share it with each other. All right. That was it for me. Thank you. Cool. All right, and then I'll hand over to Jean-Marc, who's going to be braver than me and do a live demo.
Yes, exactly. And yes, so I'm going to talk about document intelligence, or how to build a graph from unstructured data. So we discussed that this morning already with Alex. You have a lot of documents and a lot of knowledge that is trapped into these documents. Alex had a better slide with all the type of documents that you have in pharma that you may want to use. And basically, the idea is you want an agent to be able to answer a lot of type of different questions coming from these documents. And to do that, well, 2 years ago, everybody was building vector RAG approach, which means that you take your document, you chunk them, you compute embeddings, and then your agents have the ability to do similarity search, vector search on these chunks, and retrieve the most similar chunks to the query, and then from that give an answer. So what we see is that it's okay if you don't have a lot of documents, and especially it's okay if the answers are contained in 1 or 2 particular chunks. But with this approach, it's very difficult to reason over a set of documents. Okay. The other thing is that when you reach accuracy plateau, it's quite difficult to improve your system. You can change the chunking size, you can change the embedding, you can use re-ranking, but yeah, then you're stuck and you need something else. And this something else, of course, is a graph. So the graph is the layer that is going to allow the agent to reason. So it connects all the different pieces of document together through nodes and relationships that can be extracted from the document themselves. So it provides better accuracy when you ask a question. And by the way, I can show you that there was a paper published just this week, I think, from an independent research center, the Newcastle University, where they compared the accuracy from vector only and building a graph. But it's a very simple graph here. It's just a lexical graph. And so they publish this. You can find it on our website. You can come to me if you need the link. In white papers from neo4j.com. Okay, and what they show is that even with a simple graph, with the right tools, the agent is going to give more accurate answers consistently using a graph compared to a vector-only approach. So a graph type of approach, this reasoning layer, it allows also to give you traceability, because when you extract a graph from a document, well, you can link each fact that has been extracted to its source. And of course, it allows cross-document reasoning, and this is what I'm going to show. And at the end, it's faster to get an answer, and again, this is what I'm going to show. I put here token reduction because, well, it really depends. So it's difficult to say. What we see, for example, in the Newcastle paper is that it gives better accuracy with the same amount of token used. In the examples that I'm going to show, you can see the token reduction because when you ask a question, the LLM, the agent, is going to reason over the graph and not over the chunks. So it does not have to read the chunks to answer all your questions. But sometimes it has to. And so in that case, maybe it will use more tokens. So we are helping a lot of customers building this type of application in a lot of different verticals. So this morning, Alex already showed some use cases in healthcare and life science, but we are working in financial services, in manufacturing, engineering, technology, legal, etc., etc. For today, so I'm going to show you an example, and actually I didn't know, but this is exactly the example that Alex was showing this morning about Novo Nordisk. So what I did is that I asked Claude to download 14 investor decks or pipeline updates from 14 different pharma companies. And I'm going to use that to build a graph, and let's see what type of answer we can get when we ask a question. So again, Alex already explained why it's useful to have this type of question, but sorry. So it's very useful for you to be able to compare to what other companies are doing, who worked on the specific molecules, etc., etc. The documents that I'm going to use, I use that in purpose, they are quite complicated in a sense that, so let me show you an example here. Here. So this is, for example, the first one from AbbVie. So this is a PDF coming from presentation, and you can see that you have this kind of slide. So basically, with this type of document, you cannot just extract the text in hopes that the LLM is going to know what's inside this slide. You see that the layout is very important. You have columns, you have tables, you have colors, and it's a very dense slide. Okay, so the way to work with this type of slide, I see worked quite well, is when you do the extraction, you're going to ask an LLM to extract information, a graph information from this slide. And the way it works is that you extract first the text, but you also extract an image, a snapshot of the slide. And when you provide the two to the agent, a very good result in terms of extraction. So for example, I know that in this slide, you have 51. It's because it's a slide that I use to benchmark the process, basically. I can show you another example. This one is from BMS. And so you see the type of data that we have. But you have this type of slide where you have information both in text that can be extracted, but also from images. You have the logo of the molecules here. So again, using an extraction that is multimodal, so both text and image allows to properly extract all the information here. back to my presentation. So yeah, what I'm going to show is just an example. I don't work in pharma, so yeah, maybe there is some problem with the extraction, etc. I'm running with Novo Nordisk and millions of documents. I'm using only 14 documents so that I can show you live how to do that. But if you want to productionize this, of course, you have to put more data, especially structured data, to constrain better the model. What I would recommend for people who want to get started with building this type of application is to start small. So first, understand what you want to do, what type of document you want to use, what type of question you want to ask, and define properly what are your constraints or the metrics that you want to use. Do you care about accuracy? Do you care about reducing hallucination, token cost, etc.? So when this is defined, and when you set maybe 10 or 20 questions that you want to answer, it's a lot easier to iterate and get a first graph and then iterate based on that. So yeah, my recommendation would be to start with 10, 20 questions. It's better if you have the answers already, then you can evaluate the accuracy. And from the questions and the document, now you can use an agent to define what should be the schema that you want to extract. Again, start with a small schema, and then you can iterate and grow your schema, grow your document after. Then you need to load the data in Neo4j, so load structured data and unstructured data. So the unstructured data you will need to parse if you're using PDF, for example. And there's different ways to do that. You can extract the text, and the image, or you can use more complex way where you want to keep the titles, the sections, the subtitles, extract the image, the captions, etc. There is different ways, basically. But everything is possible here. So, and you can ask an agent, basically, to take this type of decision for you. And this is what I'm going to show just after. So once you have your, what we call the lexical graph in Neo4j, so the structure of the document as a graph, then you can chunk and you can extract the entities and the relationships from each chunk using the schema that you have defined previously. Okay? And then once you have that, you can validate. So there is different ways to validate what you have done. So you can ask an agent to answer the questions and then see if it gets the correct answers. But you can also ask the agent to look at the graph and do a deduplication report, for example, or ask it to find anomalies. And with this, you can iterate. Usually, it means that you can update the schema to give more definition or to use more granular definition of what you want to extract and how, and then you can iterate. Okay. So again, if you want to get started, start small and grow. So then you can iterate very quickly and at the end build the full pipeline for all your data. What I'm going to show today, so it's not, so we have a new product in Aura called the Neo4j Document Intelligence, and this is not what I'm going to show. So Neo4j Document Intelligence is a supported product you can use if you have access to it, where you can upload your documents and it's going to build a graph for you. You can prompt it to refine the. You have the nice interface to edit the schema that has been built, and then it's going to run the extraction. Here, I'm going to use a tool which encapsulates the methodology that I was showing. So we use that in the field, and this is a tool that we to build rapid graph prototypes. Okay, so it's made. So it's called the Neo4j MCP Workspace template. It's source. You can go to GitHub if you can read the. It's a bit cut, but if you can read the address at the bottom of the slide. So it's a GitHub repo that you can download, and you can install it very quickly, and it's made to be connected in your AI coding agent interface. So it works with Cloud Code, Cursor, Codex, Open Code, and this is the agents that are going to take most of the decisions. In the workspace, you have 5 MCP servers. So MCP servers are ways to encapsulate tools you give to the agent, and the tools are going to be compatible with all the different types of agents. And so in these MCP servers, you have 5 main MCP servers. So one to give the agent the ability to build the schema and validate the schema. One to ingest structured data. One, which is the ingest MCP server. One to parse the PDF with different methodology to parse the PDF, the lexical MCP server. One to do the extraction, which is the entity MCP server. And the last one is called the GraphRAG MCP server. So it allows the agent to query the database with Cypher, but also to do full text and vector search in the database. It can also mix all these different retrieval methods into one query, and it can read images that are stored in the nodes. Okay? So it can do a lot of things. So now the agent have a lot of tools to build and validate the graph. And it has a skill. A skill, this is a document, a text document, that gives the ability to the agent to follow a workflow that you have defined. So we have defined for you this workflow. And so, for example, the first step will be to look at the data, then to identify what type of parsing method should be used to create the lexical graph, then start the interaction with the user to define the schema, etc., etc. So there is one skill. What I'm going to show is a reduced version of the skill. So I build a smaller skill to be able to show it live. But basically, that's also something that you can do. Now it's very easy to build your own skill based on your type of document and your type of questions that you're going to ask. The last thing is that it supports 100 plus LLM providers. So if you have a contract with OpenAI, with Azure, with Gemini, etc., you can use this tool to quickly build a graph. So now let me show you the demo. So yeah, I show you already the data that we're going to use. What you can see on the left is it's the MCP workspace. So when you download it, basically, this is what you have is a lot of folders, and you have the code directly for the different MCP servers. You have a small setup script that allows to connect your agent to both the MCP servers and your Neo4j database. And then that's it. You can start it. So what I'm going to use, again, is 14 documents from the different pharma companies. And I have some structured data, which are more, for example, this one, structured data about metadata about the document. Okay? And now I can start. So let's start Claude. So I'm using Cloud Code here. I already configured it. And let's go with the demo. So now, when I say that, it knows that it has a skill demo available, and it's loading the demo. I made it also, compared to the real skill, it's going to stop in order for me to explain what we're doing. But yeah, it can be fully automated, basically. So here, what we're going to use is GPT-5.4 mini for the extraction. So for the extraction, we recommend to use a smaller and fast model. We don't need reasoning. And we're going to use text embedding 3 small for the embeddings. Go. So yeah, I forgot to show, but yeah, I have an empty database here. And so now, at the same time, he's going to run in the background the lexical graph, and he's going to explain what we're going to do. So I already explained that this is a competitive intelligence graph for pharma company. And I cheated a bit. I already built the schema. So I asked it just to show you the schema. So it can write reports. And I don't know if you can see it here. So basically, what we have is a document is published by a company. A company has a drug in pipeline. A drug treats a disease that is part of a therapeutic area. A drug is in phase with a clinical phase, and it targets a biological target. And everything is linked back to the page, so the chunk where it belongs, where it was extracted from. Okay? I can show you now it's done. So basically, we have our 14 document nodes here with the name, with the source, etc., with some metadata information. And each document is made of page. And each page contains both the text that has been extracted and the image that is saved as image basic. So you cannot visualize directly in a browser, but the agent can read that directly. Let me continue. So now it's going to load the structured data, which are very small. It's just linking each document to the company name. Okay. I also constrained with constrained vocabulary. So clinical phase, for example, I constrained the names of the possible values of clinical phase. And I constrained the therapeutic area. So this is what is, so you see, for example, hematology, neuroscience, etc. So this is what has been loaded. Let me continue. So now, this is the longer part. So it's going to extract from each page, from each image, the schema that we have defined. Okay? So it's doing that in parallel. So I have 50 calls at the same time. And so usually the speed depends more on the internet connection. So when I was trying, it was yesterday, it was doing that in 1 minute. I think here it's going to be a bit slower. But you can see that it's extracting a lot of information. So for example, here, the clinical phase from the document. Let me show you some drug nodes. So sometimes you just have the name, sometimes you also have the name of the developer, the formulation, the modality, and the status. So you can see that here. So I'm extracting also the disease with a name and a therapeutic area, clinical phase, and yeah, and I think that's it. And target. So the target can be the name and a target type. So here, protein, etc., etc. Okay. So it's still loading. So I know, for example, here it will reach 2000. So all this process is run in the background, so I can still talk to the agent. What I want to show you while we wait is that the schema that I'm using here is what I would recommend to use. So it's a pydantic model that is quite refined. So I can specify, for example, when you run the extraction, if the extraction should only use a defined number of possible value, for example, therapeutic area or clinical phases. So I do that because I want to reduce the, maybe avoid. So there is a lot of ways to do that, and the agents are very good to normalize. So for example, this is what it built. So to use regex or to use a lot of different ways to normalize and make sure that you don't have duplicates at the end of the extraction. It's almost done now. There is still one page. But yeah, it will be the end anyway. So, so now that we have extracted a graph with 2,000 nodes and 5,000 relationships, now I'm going to see what type of question I can ask. Still doing. OK. So the last part is that I ask it to extract more, so to stitch basically the graph. So for example, the modality was extracted on the drug. Now he's going to extract it as a All right, so last final check. So we have extracted 800 drugs from, where is that? 500 pages, 400 diseases, 200 biological targets, and we have the numbers. Okay. So now I'm going to use another agent to ask questions. So I have Cloud Desktop, and I have installed the Neo4j graph directly on it. And so, yeah. So first I'm going to check that it works. I removed all the other tools, so especially the internet access, because sometimes you ask questions and it's going to look at the internet instead of the database. And so here I'm just checking that it has all the tools. Okay, so it has 7 tools available. You can read using Cypher. You can get the schema and the indexes from the database. You can do full text search. You can look at the images that are stored in the nodes. You can do vector search, and it can combine all this search together. Okay, let's ask what's inside the database. So it should use the first tool with the Neo4j schema. And it answers properly. It looks like a pharma biotech knowledge graph built from pipeline documents, PGX, investor reports, etc. So here it has no other, and it uses only generic tools. But it can already understand quite a lot about what we have. So first question that I'm going to ask is to make sure that it runs a proper extraction. So the page from AbbVie that I showed you, now I'm asking it how many drugs it has on this. So it answers properly. So by the way, you can have the traceability here, the reasoning and the different tools that it is using with the different Cypher queries and the result it has access to. Okay, and from that, so it found the proper page, and then it counted the number of drugs, and properly it says 51 drugs extracted from this page. Okay, so now let's ask questions, broader questions, like look at the pipeline of each company and tell me where is each company placing its platform bets. Okay, so now you can compare companies together. So this type of question would be very, very difficult to do with a vector-only approach. So again, we can look in one Cypher query. It looked at it looks at drugs. Yes, it has access to the modality here. But basically, it classifies the different companies. BMS is invested in small molecules, Novartis and Bayer as well. Some doing biological antibody research, etc., etc. Okay. It also says that, I downloaded quickly the documents, so some documents are quite small. Of course, the accuracy of the answer is going to depend on the documents that we use. Then I can ask, okay, which single biological target has the most companies racing on it? And notice whether they're chasing the same disease or completely different one. So again, it's going to use a Cypher query here. And it finds BTK, so Bruton's tyrosine kinase. 5 companies are racing on it: Eli Lilly, Novartis, Roche, AstraZeneca, and Sanofi. And what it found is that 5 companies, but they are not competing because they are splitting into different distinct battlegrounds. So some are using that for oncology, some multiple sclerosis, immunology, hematology, and autoimmune conditions. Okay, so it's quite interesting to have this over this type of data. What I can ask also is, if I want to visualize that as a graph, so I don't have a direct access yet between Cloud Desktop and Neo4j browser, but I can ask it to generate the Cypher query. And I'm going just to copy it and paste that here. Okay, and I can see the BTK target is here. I can see in blue the different drugs, in red the different companies, and in green the diseases that are in the documents. Okay. And I have a last question here. Let me show here. Sorry, Cloud Desktop. So I'm going to ask which company has a partnership for advanced AI capabilities. With which company? So this is not a question that we have extracted from. So it cannot use the graph to answer this type of question. But it has access to full text search, vector search. But here the real difficulty is that this answer is not directly in the text because the answer is in the image. It's using a logo. And I can show you, I ask it basically also to show me the slide. So it can read directly the image that is stored in the node in Neo4j, and it can display it to the user. And you can see that on the top right, you have OpenAI listed here. And because it's a logo, it was not extracted as text. So it has this advanced capability where you can ask questions, it can find its way to answer it, even if you have not extracted the graph around this specific entity. All right, the last thing that I wanted to show is I have the same here in Aura. Just to go back to what Niels was showing. Well, if I can, I want to connect to my database here. It's just that from this graph, we also build a quick dashboard. So, well, this is again exactly what Niels have shown. I want to say it's a pharma competitive intelligence. And based on my prompt, it's going to reduce the IDs that are suggested here. Do I want pipeline overview, competitive landscape, or target and therapy trends? I want competitive landscape. And I can create a nice dashboard about that. All right, so yeah, again, you can see you have the 14 companies, 900 drugs, and you have the drugs by modality, the drugs by development status, the top company by pipeline size. So again, it depends on what was in the documents, and you have the different tabs here available. All right, so yeah, for the moment, so this tool is open source. You can use it, download it. You just need basically an API key from one of the LLM provider. You can use also a local LLM, but it's going to be slower to use it. Right now, we're working on different ways to improve that. The first one would be to give it access to memory, so to store everything that is done and to keep the trace of all the decisions that are made as a graph. And once we do that, we can have this loop that I was showing. You can have this loop automated. So now, like Claude or OpenAI, they have the ability to use a slash command, which is a goal. So you can define a goal, and it's going to loop automatically and improve the model based on the questions that you ask, and refine the model, and at the end, build the best graph for you. Thank you.
Very, very cool. Thank you so much for the brave Frenchman here. Good demo with 14 documents. Any questions here in the room? Let's take 2 or 3 questions before we wrap it up. Any comments, any questions in the room? No? And we take one from the Slido. Can Bloom display pictures in notes? The simple answer is no. Niels, do you have a different answer on that?
No, I was going to say the short answer is no. But it is interesting, especially what Jean-Marc was showing. This would be a perfect use case for showing pictures in Bloom. I don't know whose question that was, but reach out to me and I'd love to hear more about the use case.
But you can show icons.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah.
There's one partner, YWorks, who have been here today, who can show images with customers like Syngenta showing small molecules on the nodes. So for chemists that want to do synthesis, we had a use case there. So there are capabilities, sometimes not in Neo4j directly, but using the ecosystem. So yeah, super cool. Is that still related to our demo?
No, this is a question for me. So do I recommend to store base64 directly in Neo4j? So it depends. If you are doing a quick prototyping of graph, yes, because it's okay. You're not going to explode the size of your database. But yeah, if you have a huge database, no. So the idea would be to store that somewhere else and to store in the node the link to the image. But if you really want, you can, basically.
Yeah. All right. With this, I'm going to wrap it up. So thank you for coming again. Thanks for staying with us. So still quite a full room. Hope that was not only an entertaining day today, but also you got a lot of new connections. You get the chance to speak to, well, peers, competitors, technology providers, consultancies, to us. So I really enjoyed it. Hope you did as well. Before I forget it, we had a very, very smooth day today. So thank you to the organizing team from our marketing team. So Camilla and Paula and Conrad. And there's Alex from our developer relations team. So thank you so much. Also to our 2 guys in the back from our AV team. So super, super smooth virtually. Thank you so much, Danny and Flo. As always. Very, very cool. Yeah, stay connected with us. Let's make that as a community. You know, the pharma world is small. There are startups, there are big companies going back and forth. You know, the transitions, restructuring, what have you. So yeah, we are happy here to connect you, to spark some new ideas, help you with your concerns, your topics, your questions from tomorrow. And yeah, hope to see you soon for the one or the other conference. We have a lot of online material, self-paced learning on our webpage, Alex Graph Academy. Everything is free. We are on several developer conference as well. Next week is the We Are Developers in Berlin, for example. We will be at Biotech X in Basel in October. There will be a UK version of this event. There will be a US version of this event. So yeah, stay with us. You will get the recordings afterwards. Thank you as well to the presenters getting the approvals. So we don't take it for granted. And yeah, thanks for coming.